Park. Yes, we are. We are coming to you live, baby, from beautiful Hialeah Park, like we do every Friday here on the show. Hope you guys are doing well. Got Bill by my side as always. And, of course, we are ready to rock for the next 4 hours out here on the show. Frank Fiore, the Brunetti family, everybody out there. And, of course, my man Steve Calabro. I don't know. Have you seen Steve yet? You haven't seen him yet?
No, I have not. I haven't actually seen anybody other than our security friends.
All right. Well, there you go. All right. Well, that's always good. And we are ready out here. We'll be having some fun. I am in a great mood. It's a Friday. We got a football Friday. Hell, even tonight, we start off with the Utah game. I guess the Pac-12 is such a crappy conference at this point. They said, let's have our conference game on a Friday night so that way we could get some attention, because if we roll it over on Saturday, we're going to get lost with the SEC and the Big Ten and the Big 12, and we're just going to be casted aside. So I kind of like it, actually, that they did that.
Being the bastard child, yeah, you need to isolate and get it all to yourself.
Yeah.
It made sense,
Yeah, 8 o'clock tonight, actually. We'll be here at Hialeah Park, actually. We're going to be here at a party, at a celebration for Larry Little, the great Miami Dolphin. So we'll be out here at Hialeah Park tonight. It's
Actually, really cool. 13 years he's been doing this fundraising every year. I guess a lot of it benefits Bethune-Cookman School and educational. I think they've raised $1 million, I read, over the 13 years.
Yeah.
Great cause. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
So if you happen to be coming out to Larry Little's event tonight, we'll see you out here tonight at Hialeah Park. So we'll be having a lot of fun, man. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing a lot of good people. And, man, the poker room's already rolling. If you saw our video, we posted a video on social media of everything going on and our preparation, obviously, as the show continues to expand.
I got to tell you, man, looking back over my shoulder to where the elevators pop out, where you could pop out on the level over by the elevators, that banner looks awesome.
Yeah.
The new one, you did good there, man.
Yeah.
You really did.
Yeah, we did good, man. Everything is growing, and we're looking professional, which is what it's like. I was recently dealing with something that was so unprofessional on a consistent basis. It was one of those things that kind of made you sick to your stomach. So it's nice to see that we're able to grow and do this every day for you guys, and we appreciate all of the support that you're giving us. Let's get into
the chiming in the response by everybody,
yes.
man. Every time you go look at the numbers, it's like, wow.
Yeah, just the download numbers continue to grow every single day, and we are blessed for that.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much, man.
The YouTube channel is now starting to grow. We got John Cassio working on it, and we're doing a lot of the things that we do on audio now. We're breaking it down for you, giving you individual rants or interviews and things like that on YouTube. And people are liking that. And so remember, if you can, like our YouTube channel at Big O Radio Show. Follow it there. Subscribe. We need to get to 1,000. We're almost at the halfway mark here at 500. We're close. We're close to 450, like 448, I think it is right now. So we need 552 more followers on YouTube. So spread the word, and let's get that going. But we got a lot of things to talk about in the world of sports. We got a bunch of people to talk to today on the program. Andy Behrens will be the first guy up, and that'll be at 1:30. For those of you that are fantasy football folks out there, send in your fantasy football questions for Andy Behrens for 1:30 so we can get those questions answered out there.
Immensely important week, first week of the playoffs.
Yes. Yeah, it is?
Yes, sir. This is week 14, man.
I wonder if
in fantasy, this is you know what?
I don't even know if I made the playoffs. I ended 8-5.
How many make the playoffs? 6?
Or you? Because I think it is 6. It's a 14-team league.
It's yeah, for sure. Yes, I'm at 10, so we only do 4. I got lucky. I ended up 12-1, and number 1 seed, obviously. But the projected numbers, I'm actually supposed to lose by 8. But like I told you earlier, I did start Allen Robinson over Chark. And thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Yeah. Well, the QB situation in the Jags has been kind of
exactly.
But Chark is a beast, dude. I love him, man. I fell in love with that kid. I saw him all week at the Senior Bowl last year, and I was like, "Whoa, this guy's the bomb."
Guy had many runs of 20s and a couple of 30s for me.
I couldn't brag enough of DJ Chark at the Senior Bowl last year. I couldn't brag enough about him.
He just stood out that much over everybody else.
Like Terry McLaurin is another guy that's played well. That's another guy really stood out, just exploded. And you're like, holy crap, this guy can run routes and fake people out and juke them out. It's freaking amazing. And he's got great hands, man. Great hands.
The only problem, like we know, you could be the greatest receiver in the world, but if you ain't got a guy that can get you the ball,
right,
you're handcuffed.
Right. And fantasy-wise, that's everything right there. Remember, if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, call Bobby Nunez. They do great work and great sponsors of our program. Last night, the Cowboys, we're going to have Andy Baskins on later on the program, and he's in Cleveland, and he covers the Browns and covers all the Cleveland teams. But Baskins is a TV guy, radio guy there in Cleveland. And I don't know if there are two more overhyped and teams that we waste our time talking about more nationally than the Cowboys and the Cleveland Browns. Right? Every year there's some hype about the Browns that they're going to turn the corner here, that they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and whether it's Tim Couch, you name it, from all the way through till now to Baker Mayfield and everything going on with Freddie Kitchens and all that crap going on. And every time they fall on their faces. It doesn't matter what they do. It's just and the owner, obviously Lerner, has been a huge problem for them. And that's the common denominator with a lot of franchises that continue in that path of mediocrity, right? And you look at Jerry Jones, and Jerry wants to address the media, wants to be front and center, wants to be the television whore that he is, okay? I mean, there's no other way to phrase it. The dude is an absolute media whore. Most owners never say a word. They stand in the background. The only time they come out is if they have to hire or fire a coach, if they have to talk about a championship and, thank for a division, a conference, Super Bowl. That's when you should hear your owner. That's it. Your owner should not be meddling. It's like what we talked about earlier in the week or last week about neutering Jason Garrett. And this is what goes on. And when you watch a team last night that everything is on the line for them, they're only fortunate that they're in the worst division in pro football, that saves them. And that's the only reason why they've got a shot at the playoffs. But it's not because the Dallas Cowboys deserve to be in the playoffs. Okay? It's a gutless, heartless bunch. That's what they are. It's just, there's no other way of describing. When you perform like you performed last night, you have no pride in what you do. Seriously. I mean, and clearly you don't care about Jason Garrett. And please stop selling me that the team is all behind Jason Garrett. Okay, because I've heard that from people in Dallas, and it's a bunch of crap. If you were behind your coach, you would play your ass off. Okay? Because I watch the Dolphins every week, and they suck, but they play their asses off for Brian Flores. Yes, I know they're 3-9. I'm not here to brag about how great they are or anything like that, but I will brag about this. Their effort is great. They're just not good enough in a lot of areas. And there's a lot of teams like that in the NFL that they play hard for their coach. That was not a team that was playing hard. that was certainly not a team that was playing smart, and that falls on Jason Garrett. Because if I'm going to credit Brian Flores for having his team be disciplined and not commit a lot of penalties, even though they have a lot less talent than everybody else on the field, then I'm going to rip you if your team has the talent and you can't get them to focus and play on a higher level. This is kind of like what reminds me of Manny Diaz. I like Manny Diaz. I want to see him win. I want to see him succeed. But, my man, you can't be losing to Duke and FIU. You can't be losing to Georgia Tech. That's unfreaking acceptable. You have a much better team. You have better talent. You, as a coach, need to get the most out of them. Is anybody going to argue, okay, that Brian Flores is not getting the most out of whatever the hell he has there and with the Miami Dolphins? I mean, he is squeezing every drop. That orange is so dried up. You've put it through that machine. You know that machine when you go to them cafeterias, it's got the orange peeler and all that stuff, and it puts it there and it squeezes the hell out of it. You've put it through that ringer like 8 times. There's nothing left. That's what Brian Flores is doing, and I don't see that from Jason Garrett. Now, Jerry Jones, this is the part that's interesting. He runs his mouth about that they got to win, and these coaches are there because it's my power that they're there, and I want them there. And then next week, the same players and the same coaches will be there. And then he comes up with the smart-ass line that Jason Garrett will be coaching in the NFL next year and leaves it all vague. Like, all of it. He would have fired Jason Garrett already. The only thing is that deep down inside, Jerry knows that while he keeps Jason on, he's got the lightning rod. Because the second he fires him, it all becomes him now. Because in the end, it's really all him. But right now, he gets to play that game of using Jason Garrett as the bait for the media. And the media and the fans are all falling for it. Right? Because all we do is run to Jerry and ask him, what's Jason's future? What's Jason's future? Instead, we should be asking, Jerry, why don't you sell the team? You're incompetent. You constantly meddle. You're the reason why they're losing. But Jerry knows that the second he fires Jason Garrett, the force field's gone. The shield's gone. Now, who else do you point the finger at? Right? Can't point it at anybody else. Hell, did you guys hear Troy Aikman on the broadcast yesterday? I mean, Troy Aikman pointed out yesterday, because if you fire Jason Garrett, what happens, ladies and gentlemen? You've got to name an interim head coach, right? So Troy Aikman, in the middle of the broadcast yesterday, starts to contemplate the future without Jason Garrett.
2nd down and 10, a gain of 3.
You know, living in Dallas, Joe, I just have to bring it up that there's a lot of discussion as to whether or not Jason should keep his job now. Something shouldn't happen during the season, but you have to ask yourself, who on that staff has earned the right to be an interim head coach? I can't think of one guy who's done a good enough job with his position, much less a coordinator, that you would put in that seat. So
now, let me break all this down for you, okay? Think about this, and I talked about this earlier in the week, right? Was it Monday or something when I was talking about cutting off the knees of Jason Garrett and all that? Was that this week?
That was that was in the beginning of the week, right?
Yeah.
Monday.
Okay, so
I think we're at Dandy specifically.
Right, exactly. And I told you that you're not going to get a man to take that job that stands on his own, that has to have his way, because you have to do it Jerry's way. So think about this. Troy Aikman saying, and if you look at his staff, there's nobody there qualified to even be close to an interim head coach, right? That he wouldn't be happy with that. Let me ask you something, because, you know, we still have some people that are out there that just want to fight the whole Flores thing. We still have some people that just want to fight Chris Grier and all that. So Chris Grier's first hire as coach is Flores. So far, it looks like a pretty damn good move, right? But guess what? He also hired an ex-head coach to back him up. Now, unfortunately, he had personal issues, and he had to leave, okay? But even Chris Grier had the vision of, well, you know what? I can bring Jim Caldwell in. He can help us with the quarterbacks, the offense. He can be a consultant. God forbid anything happens with Flores. He's not good enough, not ready for the job. I can then ask Jim Caldwell to come over and take over as the head coach. Now, that didn't work out, but at least Chris Grier, when he designed what was going on with the team, he wanted a foundation that gives him support all over. He goes and gets Reggie McKenzie, who's a successful general manager, to work with him. He goes and gets Marvin Allen, who's a well-known college director of scouting, a guy that knows freaking talent and helped pick players in Atlanta and Kansas City the last 10, 12 years. And go ahead. Just check out the talent that's gone on both. Trust me, Marvin Allen has contributed to both teams, okay? So think about this. The way Grier structured everything, he no ego. He wants to get the best people possible. Jerry Jones, all ego, can't get the best people possible. And now if you fire Jason Garrett, you don't really have somebody that can take over, according to Troy Aikman. And he's around that team all the time. And when you think about it, it's not like we brag about any of their assistants anyway. We do it all over the league. They're assistant here, assistant there. We say, whoa, that guy's pretty good. That guy's special. This guy's that. Greg Roman is being mentioned all over the place now, right? With his Lamar Jackson work and what he did out in the West Coast years before, everybody's like, okay, wait a minute. Maybe Greg Roman's the guy that should get elevated. If we're going to use a read option type offense, let's go get a Greg Roman to run our team.
You're absolutely. Whenever you talk about Dallas, it's this guy plays great. This guy, look at that player, but you never say the scheme. None of that.
No. You've never mentioned coaching. Never. Belichick, he can outcoach your ass. Sean Payton will outcoach your ass. Right? Hell, Brian Flores will outcoach your ass sometimes. Nobody ever says Jason Garrett outcoached somebody. Nobody. And this is Jerry's problem. And Jerry knows deep down inside that he screwed up again, but his ego, because he's got to be in front of the camera, this is what he's going to end up with anyway. If he fires Jason Garrett, Dallas Cowboy fans, you will get another one of those boys to take over. And listen, somebody will take the job because there's only 32 of them in the world. So that coach is going to say, well, you know, it's a stepping stone for me, man. If I go there and I prove I can do anything, I'll have a job somewhere else waiting for me right away. I mean, aren't people saying that Jason Garrett will get a job if he gets fired by Jerry? I got to tell you something. If I was, let's say, as a Dolphins fan and we didn't have Flores, if Stephen Ross hired Jason Garrett, I would motivate people to go pick at the Dolphins. Seriously, I would get to that point. I've never even done anything like that, never even thought about that. But if the Dolphins would hire Jason Garrett, I would probably do that. Because, I mean, I got to a point of 20 years of stupidity that it was just one of those things. I hated how the Dolphins just kept chasing their tail around for 20 years, doing one dumb-ass thing after another. Now I'm so damn proud of the franchise because they're actually doing all the right things, the real football moves that they were supposed to do years ago. But you'll never experience that in Dallas. And what a shame, because you have a team that is so freaking talented, man.
Is there any team in the league that has position for position
Nobody.
More talent, man?
Nobody.
That whole offensive line has been in the Pro Bowl at some point.
Nobody.
Every one of them. Zeke is the best running back in the league.
Saints are pretty good. They're right up there. Seattle's team is getting there because they're really young in Baltimore. But I'll still give the Cowboys the nod over all of them.
With the receivers.
Maybe not at quarterback.
You know,
some of those teams have better quarterbacks. But the team, the talent.
That's what I think you would say would be Dak.
Right.
Everything,
but he's not terrible.
No.
You can win with that dominant team.
Dak is in the top 10 easily.
Dak's won a Super Bowl. Okay, Trent Dilfer. Dak's won a Super Bowl. Brian Johnson. My point is, you can win with a Dak because if you have a dominant team like they're supposed to be, like Tampa, like Baltimore, like Denver with Peyton Manning a couple years ago,
it makes up for that.
Better than that Peyton Manning.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So you have look, I'm not going to tell you Dak's elite because he's not.
He's top 10, top 12. Right. He's better than the fifth. He's better than the top. Yeah. He's not 16,
the elite, but he's not second
level. He's not 16, but he's a couple spots going 12, 10 area.
Yeah, he's in that second level of after the elite guys. He's in
and
that
look,
second
this is the
grouping.
thing. The last 3 or 4 years, what they drafted on defense, that's the thing that's made that team, and also them getting
the O-line
here. Well, the O-line was there.
No, but I was saying that's what makes that team.
The O-line was there for the last 5 or 6 years, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. But the defensive guys they've added, and Amari Cooper at receiver grabbing, that's the thing that wow, every spot, man. There's no weakness.
Yeah,
here.
they're only not Studley at tight end. They're just at tight end.
Yeah, but you know what though? A guy that with his experience,
I get, but they're not special. That's what I'm saying. They're not
without
special.
A doubt.
They're special. You just talked about special everywhere. They're not. That's the only position
tight end
on
and
the
quarterback.
Offense.
They're okay.
No, solid at quarterback. They're okay at tight end because that's what they are at tight end. That's what Witten is now at this point. They were so bad at tight end, they had to bring back the guy who's 700 years old so he can live on savvy because he's not living on talent.
No,
he's living on savvy.
He's not what he was 5, 6, 7 years ago.
And that's where Jerry Jones is kind of chasing his tail. It's kind of like he's in the cul-de-sac and he's just going around. Remember that dog about a week ago that he was left in the car or she was left in the car? I don't even know if the dog was male or female, but accidentally got the car in a reverse and it was in the cul-de-sac for an hour going round and
going
round
in the circle. That was like a month or two. Right. I remember, yeah.
Well, that's Jerry Jones.
And the dog was wagging his tail and all happy and having a blast.
Yeah, which but an hour later I would have been throwing up all over the place. You wouldn't have been able to look into the car because there would have been just crap all over the windows. An hour of spinning? Come on, man. I would have been I don't know how that dog survived, actually. But really, that's Jerry Jones. He's the dog in the cul-de-sac, just boom. Just round and round and round. Let me just keep doing the same things over and over and over. Remember yesterday how we talked about why they had to blow up the Dolphins because they kept doing the same thing over. The next general manager and the next head coach just tried to cover up the problems and then add their own problems on top of the problems. It's kind of like you had a wart on top of a wart, that kind of deal. It's the same thing. And he doesn't see it. And he doesn't care because in the end – It's almost like it's more important for Jerry to have the spotlight remember the other day he bragged about how in my business I can come in 6th and I can have a great year. And he's talking about the finances and the business and all that. But in Jason's job, he's got to come in first. Right? Because for him, being in front of the camera and everybody talking to him and all that stuff, he's on top of the world. It's almost like if Jerry didn't have the camera, didn't have the spotlight, he would shrivel up and just, I don't know, he might just get sick or something from it. You know what I mean? That's how bad it is.
To show everybody how on the fly, we didn't discuss it. I do happen to have Jerry's interview in its entirety from last night.
All right, go ahead.
Would you like to?
Let's hear from the.
There's a little SVP. It is a beautiful intro. It's appropriate.
All right. So on ESPN last night, let's hear Jerry Jones. Go ahead.
At 7-6, like a moth to a flame drawn to the fire, the lights are on. There's a microphone. And Jerry Jones is speaking.
Okay, we had a little complaining last week about the marathon. This is going to be the shortest marathon y'all have ever heard. Chicago took it to us. We won't be going anywhere until we win a football game. They played us well enough tonight to deserve to win the football game. We did all of the things that you can do that cause you to lose football games in the game. So that's where it is. Until we can get over here and we'll line up against the Rams, until we can win a football game. I don't care what kind of contention we're in. We've got to start playing and winning a football game so that we can be able to play better than we play tonight. We thought we would be able to basically play better defense against what they were doing. To their credit, they really were very effective against our defense, obviously, and I'm not telling anything anybody didn't know. So that's the way we look at it. We'll line them up here next week. We're going to go practice, and we're going to try to win a football game. And everybody that's in here that's healthy, and everybody that's healthy that's coaching will be coaching, and everybody that's in here that will be playing, and we just got to play better.
Jerry, does it feel like this is going backwards at all?
Well, it's not. It's leveled out here. It's losing, losing, losing. So I'm not trying to be funny here, but the point is that we've got to win a football game. I don't care what the standings are, what the numbers are. We had thought that we could come up here and play a really fine football team, a good team, play a fine football game, and get our act where we're starting to look like a team that could, if we by a slim chance, get in the playoffs where we could win. We can't do that until we play and start winning the football games, and we've got 3 more to play. When we do that, we can go. That's it. I'm not going to answer why I think I'm saying what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying why. I'm just saying that, how frustrating is you after the crap, the emotions of last week and Michael Bennett doing what he did, and certainly 2 weeks ago, you going off on the coaches, that it's still not done.
Well, again, it shows so much for that about effectively what wins or loses football games. That's not what gets it done. What gets it done is going out here, not making mistakes on 3rd down, getting them off the field, us staying on the field, not getting in a spot. We came up here to run the football. You get behind 20 points, you can't run the football. You've got to do other things. They know you're going to be doing it. They pin their ears back. Here you go. They played a really fine football game tonight, and they took it to us. And in about every way you want to list it, they beat us tonight. We did win the turnover battle, and it shows you can win the turnover battle and still lose the ball game. So we just got to see if we can step in here and win a football game. I don't care if we stay in contention all the way down to they have the playoffs. We've got to start showing our fans, more importantly showing ourselves, that we can do the things to win the games. It's hard to do it when you extend their possessions and you make mistakes on 3rd down. It's hard to do it when you either create penalties. It's hard to do it when you miss field goals that the last 2 games have shown up. We got down near the end and looked up, and we had a chance potentially, but we'd really had a chance both the last 2 games if we kicked our field goal. Well, that's if stuff, and we know that is. We're not playing well enough to actually get close enough so at the end of the game we could actually tie one at the last minute or win it at the last minute. You have to be able to do that in the NFL. We're not doing that right now. We're not a team that's capable of doing that. We got to see if we can get it together for the Rams.
Do you change kickers now? Do you look at another kicker?
Again, I'm not going to get into those kinds of details. We basically have a good assessment of what the kicking situation is availability-wise, other than the kickers we have right now. And so that'll dictate what we're doing.
Jerry, the public criticism that you've lodged or given your coaching staff and some of the uncertainty that you've loaded on the team, how much does that contribute to the problems that you guys are having?
What?
I said, do you think that can contribute to the problem that you guys are having, the public criticism and the uncertainty that there is around the coaching staff now?
The same way that my praise of them is contributing. You may have noticed I've been praising them too. So much for words. Seriously, so much for words. I don't think so. Until we get out there and do the right things let's say we get some 3rd down, get them to turn the ball over to us on 3rd down. Those missed field goals are like turnovers. But we're obviously, everybody in this huddle right here, we know that score didn't indicate how bad they beat us tonight.
Jerry,
the score was a lot closer. They beat us real good tonight.
Jerry, we 7-9.
And there you go. Damien Woody.
There you go. All right. There you go. That's
just he's not happy about the happiness that he's on center court and he had like 10 or 12 of them around in the light. You can just hear the happiness that he enjoys that platform.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. And this is who he is. And when he says that I'm also praising, your praises are like a backhanded slap, dude. There's no praise there, brother. When you come out and say Jason Garrett will be coaching in the NFL next year, you're not saying that he's your coach next year. You're just saying that somebody else is going to hire him after you fire him. I mean, there's no compliment in any of that. There's no compliment when you say, well, those men are on the field because of my desire for them to be there. You're basically saying, well, those dudes are out there coaching until I say they're gone. That's not a compliment. It's just not, but he doesn't see it. He loves this. Listen, that's what I was waiting for at the end of the hell, midway through that game when I already knew the Bears were going to win that game, I was like, can't wait for the Jerry press conference because I just want to see the train wreck. Because that's what we do in this country. We follow train wrecks. And the Dallas Cowboys are one of the best train wrecks in the history of sports under Jerry Jones. It's amazing how a guy did all the right things, right? He was Mickey Arison. He bought the team. He then hired his Pat Riley. But unlike Mickey was like, okay, I got Riley. I'm done. I'll just sit up here, chill out, and just watch him do his thing because he's Pat Riley. He could have just sat back and let Jimmy just do his thing. Just shut up. Could he do that? No, he had to run his mouth to the point to tell the media that anybody could have won with that team. But not anybody built that team, moron. It was Jimmy that built that team. That's the thing. There's three things you've got to do as a coach. One, you got to draft or recruit. Two, you've got to be able to develop, right? And three, you've got to know how to be a good custodian of the program or your football team where you maintain it. That's something you can do. Even when Jimmy came here, it wasn't at a high level like Dallas, but he still made the playoffs 3 out of 4 years with the Dolphins. So he still maintains some kind of a level because he has that in him. Because certain guys can do that. Larry Coker can coach your players to a championship, but he will not be able to recruit and maintain that level. Dennis Erickson can coach your players like he did Jimmy's. The problem was he wasn't a good custodian because as his players took over, the program took a dive. And then the bowl games were more and more embarrassing either way because he was not the same guy. It's special when the coach can do all three things. And that's what you had, but you couldn't keep your mouth shut. And you lost him. And then you brought in Parcells. And you lost him. And ever since then, you've never had another respectable coach again. Decent coaches like Chan Gailey, who was probably more of a coordinator than really a good head coach. You know, guys like that. But overall, all the guys you've had, they're puppets. They're do boys. They're just not the guys you had at first. But the problem is you're not Mickey Arison, and you don't get it.
You did forget about one coach that won a Super Bowl, Barry Switzer.
That was Jimmy that won the Super Bowl. I don't count.
Right.
I don't count.
It was
all Jimmy's. It was all Jimmy's assistants.
It's on automatic pilot. Let me just I'm going to get in the back of the limousine. I don't need to be anywhere near the controls.
In my book, Jimmy Johnson won all 3 titles.
No doubt.
I've never given Barry Switzer and never will give Barry Switzer and never will give Jerry Jones any credit either. Not one of them, because Jerry's already proven to me that on his own, he can't do it. He's a train wreck. He's a train wreck with talent. In years past, the moron had a mediocre team. Now, his son is actually doing a good job in the personnel department, and he's still screwing it up.
Great job, actually. Some of those guys. Wow.
He's just as effective with or without Quincy Jones. Right? That was his name, right? Quincy. Was it Quincy Jones, or is that the medical doctor or TV show? Was it Quincy Jones? No, right? It's not Quincy Jones.
No, Quincy Jones is the
producer.
The producer record.
All right. So then, and Quincy Jones wasn't the MD either. Was it Quincy something? All right. So what is it? Quincy? Whatever.
Oh, you're oh God, what's his name with the
something Quincy, or I forgot the guy's name. But you know who I'm talking about from years ago. That's what I'm talking about. It's just he's bad either way, with or without talent, because he's the guy that ruins everything. Like I told you, there is no way you will ever have any respect in any Dallas locker room as long as Jerry Jones is your owner, because everybody knows that he's the guy running the team. He's the guy in charge. He's the guy that says what goes. That's it. He's the guy that gets all the players arms together to kneel before the national anthem and stand back up again in unity, because he didn't want to do it during the national anthem. Why? Because he wanted to be, the
We have assistance from our friend on YouTube, Quincy Carter.
Quincy Carter, there you go.
Yeah, give props.
Oh, there you go. 420 Fuego comes in with Quincy Carter. That's
Thank you, Fuego.
Thank you, 420 Fuego. Way to light it up. 786-322-1105 is the accidentlawfirm.com text line. That's 786-322-1105. We've been talking for nearly 40 minutes now. That's something you'll never get anywhere locally. In fact, that's what you won't even get that much in 1 hour.
Voice is sounding good, man.
Yeah, it's actually hanging in there. We'll be
Ricola.
We'll be ready. By the way, tonight at Hialeah Park, it is a great event. It's the Larry Little Hall of Famers night tonight here, and it's got a star-studded guest list coming out here, and this is his Hall of Famers night here, and it'll be going on in the Citation Room at Hialeah Park. And the evening is going to include live and silent auctions, music and dancing, and opportunities of plenty up close and personal time with many of the best players in the history of the National Football League. And that happens tonight at 7 o'clock. It's always well attended. Larry Little's Legends Golf Classic at Don Shula's Golf Course will be tomorrow on the 7th. Proceeds from both the Hall of Famers night tonight and the Legends Golf Classic will benefit the Larry Little Athletic Training Scholarship Fund at Bethune-Cookman University and help provide scholarships for minority students in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. This is a great event, folks. So if you want to come on out and join us here for Hall of Famers night at Hialeah Park, it's the 13th year of existence for Larry Little doing this, okay? And the scholarship fund for Bethune-Cookman, and they've raised over $1 million. So please come on out here, Hall of Famers night, Hialeah Park, and go to the website, hialeahpark.com, to find out more. Join us out here tonight, man. It's going to be a great event, and we will be, Bill and myself will be out here having some fun. Looking forward to it.
Sounds like it's going to be a really good time.
Oh, yeah, man.
Besides, you know what, just to add, because obviously this is for Larry Little and the foundation, they also have a golf tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, I just talked about it.
I mean, 13 years.
Yeah.
And $1 million, I mean, education.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Because we know the Florida lottery, all that money that was supposed to go to education is gotten pilfered and it's not going. So, yeah, we still need to have foundations subsidized.
Yep, no doubt. And, folks, if you own a big-time business warehouse and you need space, you got to store everything, you got to call Pallet Rack City. It's your one-stop shop for all your warehouse needs. They buy and sell new and used pallet racking. Hey, largest used racking inventory in South Florida. They also use forklifts and dock equipment, and they specialize in knockdowns and installations of your warehouse equipment. Are you looking for a great rack? I know I love a great rack. You got to call Pallet Rack City. They also sell pallet racks, hand trucks, dock boards, and most packaging supplies. Call Eddie Pereira right now. Call my man, Easy E, 305-887-9212. 305-887-9212 for Pallet Rack City.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back, baby. Hialeah Park. We are in the second floor poker room like we are every Friday. You can watch Bill stuff his face with some kind of a steak or something like that today. What the hell are you getting today?
Skirt steak
with
again? The scallop potatoes with the little onions on top and steamed vegetables.
He loves that. Emilio says, good morning, boys. Listening to you guys on YouTube, getting ready to pick up my load here in Palo Alto, California. Headed to Boston, Massachusetts. Wow. Be safe, Emilio. That's all that matters, my brother. Be safe in your travels. And thank you for listening to us on the road live. It's pretty cool.
Wonder if he's maybe doing that I-80 through the Continental Divide, Utah, Colorado,
dude.
Or is he too far north?
I don't know. But I don't know where Palo Alto to Boston on the top road. I don't know what road you like. I know on the bottom it's I-10.
Well,
all the way across.
Well, from Florida, yeah.
I haven't taken the one on the top. I don't know what you would do. I don't know if it's one or many roads. Something would tell me with all the mountains, many roads.
Yeah, some friends with the trucking and stuff like that, they tell me when you're in the west out there, the I-80 is the thing that goes across that area. And it's Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, and you see the signs that say Continental Divide. It's pretty cool.
All right, so be safe out there. Fluff66 says, your shirt game is strong. Unlike some say, Greta Van Fleet is not a Led Zeppelin ripoff. All music is, yes. Amalgamation, yes. I'm with you there. Greer's early picks aren't the best. Is he stubborn or does he take input? What early picks? Laramie Tunsil? What early picks? Minkah Fitzpatrick? What early picks are we talking about? Christian Wilkins? Or are you just going to pick on Charles Harris? What early picks are we talking about? Xavier Howard? What early picks are we talking about? Fluff? What are you talking about? What early picks? Trying to figure it out. Early pick like Mike Gesicki? Just saying. What? Because he's only been in charge of the last 4 drafts. So what early picks are we talking about here?
Oh, you know what I think? Because
it's funny because I'm trying to figure out this question here.
You know what I think? Because
what early picks are we talking about? Because he's hit on most of them.
Because of Grier being there 15 years, they think that he's been in charge for 15. It's not.
No,
he's been in charge for 4 years.
It's just you got to stop with that, man. Got to stop with that. It's just pure ignorance. Greer's only been in charge of the draft the last 4 years, and he hasn't even picked all the picks either in the last 4 years. They probably meddled on some of them, and maybe they were good or bad. I don't know, but he's in charge from here on out. That's the problem. It just you people live on the past. You watch what he's done the last 8 or 9 months. It resembles nothing of what's gone on in the past because nobody's been that forward thinking. I'm just the things that sometimes fans come up with. I don't know what you see. Maybe sometimes it is also that you listen, read, and watch the wrong media people. That's the other problem. That you watch, listen, and read people that they don't know what the hell they're talking about either. Field Yates yesterday had a tweet, and it was nice because it's nice to see that some people in the media actually get what the hell is going on here with the Dolphins. So Yates tweets out yesterday, the Dolphins' 53-man roster now includes 12 players claimed off waivers, 3 signed from other teams' practice squad, most of which represents developmental players with upside. With 14 picks in 2020, Miami is wisely compiling young pieces. A clear plan is in place. He gets it, which is what we've been trying to explain to people, that they're building through youth. That as they find the young guys they like, they keep. They get rid of the other ones, and they keep adding. And that's how they're going to do it. I don't know why it's really that hard to understand with people. They call it tanking, but they don't really realize that it's just resetting the franchise the right way. The way that you will end up winning, which is a beautiful thing. But, hey, whatever, man. Knock yourselves out and do whatever you want. It's, you know what it is? I'll give you something now that I've noticed with people that cover the Dolphins, either locally or nationally. A lot of them, sometimes they lean on stats. And the stats are going to tell you that Miami's really bad, like on defense. Like I've heard people reel off their defensive stats, right? To try to – stats don't tell you the whole story. If you're going to measure your team solely by stats and you're not actually going to watch what's going on, because the stats don't necessarily always show you the improvement that you're watching. The fact that the team looks much more competent now than it did in weeks 1, 2, and 3, and so on and so forth. They are much more competitive now in the second half of the season than they were in the first. I shouldn't even say it. They started to become more competitive in week 3 and on. Their competitiveness grew every single week, which we outlined it over and over again on this show. So that's the way you got better. We saw players individually get better. The fact that some of you now down the stretch say, hey, Miami's going to win this, Miami's going to win that, that's better already. Because you had no confidence the first 2 weeks. Now you have confidence. It's not about stats. Do you know the team last night that lost to the Chicago Bears? Stats-wise, they're one of the best. Stat-wise, they are dominant in so many areas. So how's that working out for you? I mean, if we're going to call them great, so they're great with stats, Is that how you – so you're going to call them that they suck because of their stats or they're great because of their stats? That doesn't make any sense. Watch the team. Dallas can have all the stats in the world. They're gutless. They got a mediocre coach. So who cares about how many stats they put up or how well they play? In the end, they lose. In the end, you can't count on them. In the end, they underachieve. That's why when you measure the Dolphins, if you're just going to use stats, then I will tell you, go hang out with Jimmy in the Keys so he can tell you the one line he used to tell us. Stats are for losers. And he's 1,000% right. I'll tell you what, one thing that was fun about Jimmy Johnson, covering him, you became a better reporter around him because he actually took the time, whether he was talking you down or whether he was in a press conference or he would come in to hobnob with the media, because I think it was Wednesdays or Thursdays, we would be in the media room, right, waiting for, to go back to the locker room or something like that. Jimmy would come in unannounced, sit on a chair, and say, "So what's up, guys?" Off the record. And people would start talking, yada, yada, and you'd get Jimmy in a different light, and it was cool. But the good thing about Jimmy, too, is if you said something that he thought was wrong, he'd correct you and tell you why it was wrong. It wasn't just a berating you or whatever, and Jimmy could do that too, okay? But he would also at least take the time to tell you why you're wrong and explain it and educate you. And then you'd walk away like, okay. And he would do that several times, but this is why I laugh at a lot of we have this thing now in the media that we lean on everything with stats. And why? Because we're lazy. We actually don't take the time to watch the team and watch what's going on. That's all. It's pretty simple. Check out what's going on. I look at all the Panther games. All of a sudden, I start telling Bill and I start telling you guys a couple weeks ago, hey, Bob's not up to snuff, dude. Something's going on with Bob. Now everybody else is on the, hey, something's wrong with Bob. Kendrick Nunn, Kendrick, look at the damn games. You don't have to necessarily look at the stats for everything. You can figure things out and know. Some guys can put up some stats, but then when you need them, they're not going to be anywhere. You're not going to be able to find them. And that's your Dallas Cowboys. They put up all kinds of stats. But, boy, when they got to win a big-time game, when they got to beat a real team, they crap in their pants every time. Because they're phonies. But they put up great stats. Yeah, let's measure the team by the stats because that says it all. And if that's how you're going to measure the Dolphins, who have little to no talent compared to everybody else in the NFL, then you're not really paying attention. You're not really giving Brian Flores and his staff the due that they deserve. You're not giving Chris Grier the props that he deserves. Because you're leaning on just numbers. Meanwhile, they have less talent than everybody else, and yet they've got the same amount of wins as some teams that have 10 times the amount of talent, or they've got more wins than some teams that have 10 times the amount of talent. Because make no mistake, the team they're playing this Sunday, they may have one more win than Miami, because I do believe the Jets have 4 wins, right? Let me see if I wrote it down here somewhere with the Jets. I did not, but I want to say they got 4 wins, and Miami has 3. The Jets have, 20 times the talent that Miami has. They have no business losing to Miami once, much less twice, after this weekend's done. Cincinnati, not even close, man. Cincinnati would kill Miami in talent. So then what is it? Can't be the stats, right? It's got to be coaching. Because the stats don't necessarily always win you a game. I just love that when somebody starts to measure a team solely by stats, you lost me already. I'm done. Done, because it's not going to always tell you what the answer is. What we got here? Alex Opella says, that sounds like Omar. Oh, well, Omar, yeah, Omar is a stats guy, yes. Yes. No doubt. Well, but Omar doesn't give Flores any credit. Stats would make you believe Miami is winless, but seeing the players perform the last 5 weeks shows you improvement. Of course, because you're watching the game. The idiot Steve Young just looks at the stats and saw like the first game or two of the season, and then he thinks like they're in trouble and they're at risk of injury. And he comes up with that stupid-ass statement a couple weeks ago. Now he backtracked on Monday completely. I guess he must have watched a couple of games and realized, hey, you know what? The Dolphins are actually not as bad as I thought they were. Yeah, Steve, well, maybe now you start watching the games. 420 Fuego says, it is Omar, but he's wrong on this one. Flo is coaching these guys up. There's no doubt. No, I love my boy Omar. He is dead wrong about Flores. There's no doubt about that. Parker and Gesicki are examples. Harris is a lost cause. He can't be saved. There's no doubt that I'm done with Charles Harris. This year was the last year of giving him the benefit of the doubt, but no way. If I've seen these guys reach all kinds of other players. And if they reach all kinds of other players and Charles Harris is still a bum, and he's a bum. That's all. It's pretty simple. We're done. The Charles Harris jury is out. They deliberated, and it took about 5 seconds. They all walked in. They all looked at each other and said, why the hell are we going to sit down? He's a bum. He's guilty. Let's all walk back in and give our verdict. Let's go. That's it. Verdict's out, dude. You're a bum. You made a bunch of money. Get lost. Go count your money. Go enjoy yourself. Stop stealing money without a gun and a mask.
Do you realize we're through an hour?
That's your fault. 786-322-1105. All right? That's Bill's fault. He sped up the clock or something like the guy in what's it called?
You blame that on having fun,
Breakfast
buddy.
Club.
You blame that on having fun, buddy.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why.
It is fun to rip Jerry Jones. You're right about that. Time flies when you're ripping Jerry Jones.
Easy target.
Time flies when you're ripping Jerry Jones, and time flies when you're ripping people that rely on stats only to measure any kind of team. Watch the damn games, folks.
I was just going to say, you know what Steve Young did? He saw that they won. He didn't watch any games. He saw that they won 2 games in a row, and that's it.
Yep, that's true. That is very true. We do want to remind you that our show is proudly brought to you by Moody's Dental. Eric does an awesome job. Can't wait to get my Invisaligns. I think I get them probably next week. I will get my Invisaligns. I can start to straighten out the bottom teeth here. The implant and Invisalign experts, folks, take advantage. There's only a couple weeks left for your insurance benefits for 2019 before the year runs out. Get those teeth clean. Maybe you need a crown. Maybe you need a root canal. You got some pain. You want to get that cavity done. Call Eric right now. Moody's Dental, 305-821-0231. That's 305-821-0231. Or visit them at moodysdental.com.
This is the Big O Show.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Welcome back. Coming to you live from beautiful Hialeah Park. Yes, sir. We're in the second floor poker room out here by the Veranda Bar and Cafe, having some fun.
The lobby of the poker.
You haven't eaten yet, huh?
My food's on the way.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you were working. So I had to gulp my sandwich down right before we got on the air.
Did you even chew, man?
I tried.
That looked like a total inhale.
I tried, bro. I tried. I'm telling you, I really tried to chew. I failed, but I tried, at least. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line at 786-322-1105 at the bottom of the hour, Andy Behrens from Yahoo Fantasy will be joining us. So if you have your if you have your fantasy football questions, it's playoff time. Let's go. Get those playoff questions in. Let's ask Andy Behrens at 2:30. It'll be Will Carroll, the injury expert, so we'll get the latest on all the injuries. So just in case you want to make an investment this weekend or you're playing fantasy, you got to find out there, right? You know? I wonder if I made it in fantasy without even trying. That should piss off the rest of the league. I love it. Anyway, so we've got a lot of things to talk about here on the program as the Cowboys lost to the Bears last night, 31-24. The Heat back in action tonight against the Wizards. 8 o'clock tip for that game. Looking forward to that. Well, I'll be recording it. I'll watch it when I get home. So when I get home tonight, I got to watch the Heat and the Wizards. I'm going to definitely watch the Pac-12 championship. Why? Because Herbert, man, right? I mean, that's kind of what this is all about, right? I got to see what this kid does. Utah's a pretty good team. They got a decent defense. The Herbert kid does not convince me. It's one of those things like, do I really need to see him that many times? Because I have taken the time to watch him several times, and he just doesn't do it for me, man. I'd rather take a chance on Jordan Love a round or two later as a project and maybe make something happen, because Jordan's really hard to assess because he'll have wow moments, but then he'll have head-scratching moments, and I think also he forces things because he has such a terrible team around him. But anyway, as I digress there, I will have Heat and Wizards. I will have the Pac-12 championship, and it's Friday, so it's time for the Mandalorian. Yeah, baby. So tonight is a late night for me, man. Basketball, football, and the Mandalorian. I'm probably going to go to sleep like at 3. Man, I'll be tired for that Canes game tomorrow. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's right. Their season ended already. What am I doing? Anyway, I'm sorry. Yes, the Canes will allow me to sleep in.
At least they're not going to lose tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that's a good point on your part, bro. That's a strong statement there by Bill. I like that. He said that's a fact, bro. No Maalox moment for us tomorrow. I love it. That pit in your stomach, it's gone. Yeah, all right. I'll go with that. Why not? It's not a bad thing. Yeah, busy night tonight. Looking forward to the 5th chapter of The Mandalorian. That's going to be very, very interesting. And again, it's not Yoda, okay? All right? It's a baby, but it's not Yoda. Just want to make sure we're clear on that. All right? Let's see, what do we got here? And remember, if you have fantasy questions, send them in on Twitter, on a Big O Show, DM, fantasy football. Wednesdays is fantasy basketball. Fridays, it's fantasy football. Gracias. They brought me a little Cuban coffee. I like this. Here we go. Cafecito. Legal cocaine. That's what this is. I mean, not that I was actually out of gas or anything, because I'm.
Do you want to double up there, buddy?
No.
You sure?
No.
They're small, man.
No.
You're a big guy.
Small, but they pack a punch, bro. Okay. It's kind of like it's Philip Lindsay.
I'll just get you a whole colada. What do you think about that?
Hey, I've seen those guys that do that, bro. You people are weird, bro. You're weirder than me having mounds. Okay? If you're drinking a whole colada. That's nuts. How does that happen? How do you do that? Right? I don't know. That is...
Be bouncing off the walls, man.
Oh, man. Forget about it, dude. Have you seen the meme for Baby Yoda? Yeah, I have. I've seen the memes. I've seen several of them, not just one. I know the one you're talking about, but there are several now. They're all over the place. And how about that? And those of you that noticed the Jake, what'd you think of the Jake Kiska Greta Van Fleet shirt? Have you seen this one? Bill? He's listening. Have Have you seen this Jake Kiszka, Greta Van Fleet shirt?
Is that from Red Rocks by chance?
No.
This is another purchase.
This is from Amazon. I did wear it at Red Rocks. This was I
so the shirt's been to Red Rocks.
This is the second time I wore it. The only other time I wore it was for the Red Rocks, one of the 2 Red Rocks concerts. Because this is one of my favorite Greta
the shirt
shirts.
Feels special. It's been to Red Rocks. It's been to Hialeah Park Casino.
Yeah.
It's,
been to some historic places.
The other shirts are jealous,
2 historic places.
Well, the other shirts are jealous.
Hey, man.
What's that? How many shirts now for Greta does that make, sir?
I don't know. It's like maybe.
You've lost count.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know, somewhere between 35 and 40.
Oh, so we're into a half a month of just wearing and switching out, right?
A half a month? 35 to 40.
40 shirts. Yeah, a month is 30 days. 30 days.
You said half a month.
I'm sorry. Well, I was thinking the month that I already knew you had.
I'm working on a half of another month.
Half. That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm 5
clarify.
weeks. We have 5 weeks. 5 weeks of Greta shirts. If we wanted to wear 5 weeks of Greta shirts, we could wear 5 weeks of Greta shirts. Yes. Yes, that is. I know.
You're certifiable, right?
I am. But hey, but at least I admit it. See, that's the thing about me compared to other people. I will admit my faults, and I have 4 billion of them. You know what I mean? I got no problem with that. I know. I get it. I'm not normal. I get it. I'm an odd bird. I understand that.
No, look, man. We 38. Since 13. If you like something, you are a pig, and you totally go off the deep end. That's all. That's all. If you like something, it's nothing half-ass.
I support it all the way,
like big time.
All the way.
Double dose.
All the way. Yeah. Got to admit. Hey, what are we doing here?
Is there
all the way?
Is there a
podcast that does all this?
No.
Is there a podcast that has like these banners?
There's no podcast that does it live like this.
Live? No. Yeah, exactly. So we go all out, man. We go all out because we want to do it right. That's it. And I'm a Greta fan to the death. I'm a U2 fan to the death, baby.
You're a Maiden fan. I remember
to the death.
When
my
you
dog
saw,
is named Maiden.
When you saw the Maiden imports, I remember we could not go to where there's a record store I haven't been to. Stop, pull over. Got to see if they have imports.
Yeah, they may have an import. Back in the day, that was very important to collect the imports. I still have them, too. I probably could sell those imports for a fortune. Not a fortune, but at least, $20. I can make maybe $3 after all these years. Anyway, if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the show, that's 786-322-1105. The Panthers are back in action tomorrow night against the Blue Jackets, so Bob gets to face his former team. They're not playing very well. They're 11-12-4. Bob, let's treat them like an 11-12-4 team. Let's go play, and it's your former team. I would imagine no cheesy goals in this one. Come on, dude. Let's go. Pick it up. So we'll see what happens tomorrow with that. We got, what else do we have going on? Hey, there's some other stuff I want to get into. We're going to have, by the way, in the next hour, we will have the Brian Flores press conference. We'll play that. He addressed the media a little while ago. We'll play that press conference for you in its entirety and then give you our reactions on it, of course. If there's anything that's worthy of it, we'll talk about that in that segment, in that hour. And we'll get into a couple of other things that I want to get into, Dolphins and Jets also. Now, before we go to the bottom of the hour where Andy Behrens from Yahoo Fantasy will join us, I want to ask, how many of you are kind of falling for this again? And I'm going to talk about the Patriots. Tom Brady's dealing with like a toe and an elbow injury. The offense does not look good, does not look explosive. We talked about this a few weeks back, that Brady has his house up for sale. So does the trainer. His contract is set to expire at the end of the season. So he is set to become a free agent. Now, people will say that Brady really doesn't know what he's going to do, that he doesn't even know if he's leaving or staying. He just doesn't know where he's going. Are we seeing the end? It's so weird, right? Because in 1 month, he's talking about playing till he's 45, 50, 708 years old, right? And then in the next week, we're talking about all these injuries and the struggles and the fact that he could be leaving. And if you're leaving, brother, where are you going to go? You better go somewhere where it's like really set for you to win, right? I mean, I can't imagine that you're going to leave the best coach in the business and you're going to go somewhere where you're going to struggle to try to rebuild anything at your age. That cannot be the case. So either you're going to walk right out into the sunset and say it's all over. You know, I was thinking of staying, but no, my body hasn't responded. I'm out of here. Because that's the one thing that we might be falling for, right? That the struggles of the Patriots and all that. And having said all that, Vegas is not falling for it. I know they're home, but they're favored against Kansas City. Kansas City has some of their own issues too lately. But my point is that that's the narrative that's starting to spread once again. And so many have been burned by it. And listen, I'm a Dolphins fan, like some of you out there that are watching. And some of you maybe that are watching are Jets and Bills fans. We're all in the same boat. We all want this to be true. I don't wish injury on anybody and any player. That's not cool. I'm not that kind of fan. But man, I do want him to retire. I do want him to go away. I do want to see those two break up. Even if Belichick stays and he's dead set on trying to redo it again without him, whatever. Good luck, dude. Try it. Let's see if you can. If you can, well then, hey, man, that's why you are what you are. But if you don't have them, I just kind of like the chances of maybe somebody else now, hopefully the Dolphins, taking over in the East and, knocking them off that top spot down the line. Not this year, not next year, but down the line. Would be nice. Would be really, really nice. I'm just wondering, how many of you are falling for it? Is it the banana in the tailpipe right now? Because that's what a lot of people want to tell you. That they're losing it and that Brady looks old and that he can't get it done and all that stuff. I don't know, man. It's hard for me to buy it. Benjamin Lyle says, had you had a chance to think about specific free agents or even draft picks you like in the offseason? No, sir, because we're not in the offseason. Benjamin, when I find out who's a free agent, then I'll tell you. Do you know who all the free agents are? Because we don't. I'm not getting into hypotheticals, Benjamin. That's all mental masturbation, dude. Guys that are set to be free agents end up signing deals before they become free agents. And then we're talking about a guy that ends up becoming, going back to his team. And then what we do? Waste our time? Guys get released from current contracts that weren't set to be free agents, now become free agents. Benjamin, when we have a list of free agents, young free agents, then we'll talk. But at the moment, I'm not even thinking draft yet. I'm not. I don't know who's declared. So I got to wait till all the juniors declare so I know where everybody stands. And I haven't gotten even my information from people around the league because not everybody has all their information now. So I wait. I'm just not in a hurry to have those conversations because at this point, those conversations are asinine because there's nothing behind them. We don't have enough information. So it's just stupid crap that fans talk about that makes no sense, or media members waste their time talking about that ridiculousness. Let's see. Who is a favorite pick for Week 14? Let's see. Just kidding. Thought that we think that Tannehill is on a streak, but just think about it. What happens if he turns into an elite QB? Then, you know what? Then I guess the world's about to explode. Because it ain't going to happen. But whatever. People can, again, talk about it. Waste your time talking about Tannehill and where he stands and what he's going to be and all that, and get all excited about a little streak. All right, let's see what we got here on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. Mal from Virginia, I'm on board with you on Chris Grier hiring Brian Flores. B-Flow is not only a good head coach, but he's also an asset for the scouting personnel. It's genius that he continues to bring in players from the waiver wire to try them out for future depth. This is what it's all about, man. It makes all the sense in the world, everything that they're doing. Read Armando's article today. He's right. You need to pump the brakes on Flores. The most important thing is that you can't extrapolate winning with this team to when he starts getting better players and higher expectations. That's a completely different situation. No, it's not, actually. Getting players to play better is a gift that you could do with good players and bad players. And by the way, the players he's coaching now are the players that are going to get better down the line. It's not like they're all brand new players. You do know that, right? It's Christian Wilkins growing up with him. You get that? It's Gesicki growing up with Flores. So I didn't read the article, so I don't know exactly what Armando was telling you. I would have to read it to tell you what I agree or disagree with in Armando's article. But basically what you're stating to me, you're wrong. Let's see. We are not tanking, we're spanking. I like that. Alex, my son, the Mino, stole that from me. Okay, what is, I don't know what that means. Okay. What else do we have here? Big O, what do you think of the duct tape banana selling at Art Basel for $120K? How about we do a croqueta with the tape and see what we get, Eugene and Homestead? Yeah, I saw that article of that banana that's rotting or whatever and taped on the wall, and it sold at Art. Look, man, I don't have anything against Art Basel. It's a great event. But when it comes to art, man, I'm the last guy you want to talk to about that kind of stuff. I don't get any of that stuff. This abstract art and what this painting says, and what the hell's a rotten banana on a wall going to say? That you're an idiot for paying for that and putting a rotten banana on a wall? I mean, come on, man. That's not art. Nothing about that is art. It's almost like you can create anything into art. That's what it gets. It becomes that ridiculous that anything. You get a tire, right, and you light it on fire, half of it melts, and then you stick a flower in the middle, and you're like, say, okay, this is what it means to me. And then some moron that is just as high as you are sees the same thing and then buys it. Because that's what they have to be high. You got to be high in order to buy a banana on a wall and call that art. Because that's not art, dude. You had the munchies and you think that maybe I need to eat that banana right now. I don't know. That stuff is over my head. I'll never be able to figure that one out. That's all I can tell you.
You have no idea how happy I am.
Why? Because of the steak?
That skirt steak. Oh, my God. Medium rare, man, are you kidding me? No, and they're scallop potatoes, the way they slice them.
Yeah.
And they like crispy them on the outside, throw the onions. The steamed vegetables are always nice and the food here is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's incredible.
Drew Boo on Yahoo. Okay, Drew Boo, you just posted this on YouTube. So you're watching right now, okay? So I want you to interact with me right now like a conversation, okay? Because you posted something right now. I don't know when was the last time you listened to the show or you downloaded the podcast. Because if you did watch the show, listen to the show in the last week and a half, from yesterday, the day before, all of that, listen to this, okay? Because this is what
I'm bracing myself over here.
Drew Boo just asked me this. Hey, any Heat talk? Has none hit the wall? Come on, Drew Boo. Be honest now. Have you watched the show or downloaded it in the last week and a half? I need you to be honest with me. Now, send me a text now that you're watching. I'm talking directly to you, Drew Boo.
You eagerly await his response.
Yes. I want to know. I want to see if he's honest with me, okay? Because I am brutally honest with you guys, no matter how bad it is for me. Forget about anybody else. I'm talking about me. I'll be honest about me, okay? Good, bad, indifferent, whatever it is. I'll just tell you what happened, man. Because I'm a human being, I'm going to make all kinds.
Can I help him and people like him?
No. Ian from Brooklyn goes, wow.
Because there's this SoundCloud, and the names of those segments are there. Like, just do a little check, look, see.
Yeah. He says, Drew Boo says, yes, sir. Well, then, dude, how many times have I talked about that? I'm ahead of the curve on that when it comes to none. I talked about it last week, and then I brought up all the numbers this week. You got to go back and listen, my man. Remember, it's not a radio show. I don't have to repeat the same things over and over again. We kind of move on, and we go on to the next topic, and we'll talk about none again when he performs. Hopefully tonight, if it's bad, we'll talk about it on the Saturday podcast, and I'll mention it. But right now, I've already said everything I can say about none. You got to go back to the prior podcast to listen.
We need the kid to please keep waiters off the court.
Well, no, because now you got injuries.
Yeah, Draj, they're doing the right thing though. This groin, you cannot let him get please.
But he's injured and the other guy's struggling, so then that may force you to play Dion Waiters now.
You don't have a choice.
Popcorn. Yeah. So get your popcorn ready.
What about
Drew Bogos did not download anything. I need help. Man, love you. Love you too, brother. I love you guys. I love you for listening. I love you for texting. I love you. But we have talked about it, man. Seriously, go back this week. You'll see several segments on none, and I broke a lot of stuff down, actually, on it. So you may
very extensive.
Yeah, you may want to check it out. But I don't want to repeat myself because I don't have to do that anymore.
Just go to the SoundCloud.
And it's not fair to the people listening now that I repeat myself also.
Just go hit the SoundCloud, go to the tracks, and they're all
there.
Show by show, segment by segment.
Yeah.
It's there for you, like a library.
Yeah, definitely. Check it out there, and you'll get all the none talk. But we did a lot of it yesterday, and a couple days before that too. We went over a lot of stuff with Kendrick. Tonight, we'll see, man. Winslow has got a lower back strain. How injury prone is Winslow? Right?
Hey, hold that thought. We got to get Andy in about a minute or two.
It's a good call by your part. See, now that's producing. All right, there you go. Because, see, I'm the idiot that then goes over. I talk too much crap.
But
I got hot air following me.
Hold on.
I just ramble.
You're all about no restrictions. We're not supposed to. Now, I get it. We got to go. Yeah, but
I ramble
But you do really good, though.
Yeah, but
Led Zeppelin is so proud of you.
But I'm so undisciplined here with this because I screw up the clock and then I can't get the guest on time. We're going to get Andy Behrens on time, damn it. We're going to do it right now live from Hialeah Park. Fantasy football is next right here on The Big O Show.
Plus tax, tech. 99 dealer fee on approved credit offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4 not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
It is time to talk a little fantasy football. We do it every week with Andy Behrens from
Andy, help.
Yahoo Fantasy. The playoffs are here, folks. That's why you've got to get, of course, everything in order. You got to get all the information so you can beat your competition, and you do it by listening to this show every Friday with, of course, Andy Behrens, the man, the myth, the legend. Follow him on Twitter at Andy Behrens and catch his work at Yahoo Fantasy. Andy, good afternoon, my man. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing pretty well. I have a fair amount of Allen Robinson in the portfolio, so I'm feeling pretty good right now. Got a little Zeke Elliott out there. So the playoffs have started right.
I like it. Yeah, Allen Robinson. That was a big move there. Bill came in all happy, not only because his Bears won, but the same thing, too. He was like, oh, man, Allen Robinson was huge for me this week. So, yeah, big time. That was
I gotta say, like, Allen Robinson is having one of these – it's early in his career still, but he's having one of these careers that's like, you know how Brandon Marshall was just never attached to a really good quarterback? I mean, Allen Robinson had a 1,400-yard season with Blake Bortles. He's having a huge year this year with Mitch Trubisky. Like, Mitch was fine last night. Mitch was really good. He ran well, all that. But obviously, Mitch over a full season, not a particularly gifted quarterback. Allen Robinson's never even played with a good NFL quarterback, and he's just had a terrific career. I love watching that guy.
Yeah, he's got some talent, man. It's nice to see him bounce back, too, from the knee injury. All right, let's get into some fantasy talk. If you guys have any fantasy football questions for the man, the myth, the legend that is Andy Behrens, send them in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. If you're watching on YouTube, you can send it in on the chat board on YouTube, also on Twitter at Big O Show, or, of course, on the DM on Twitter, because a lot of you like to do that. Send it in on DM, which, hey, I get you, baby. You don't want to clutter somebody's timeline, so do that. Send it in on the DM, and let's first start it off. Somebody's asking about Lockett or Chark. Which one does he go with?
Yeah, I gotta go with DJ Chark here. Obviously, he's had a breakout year, 8 touchdowns on the season. 5 of those touchdowns have come with Gardner Minshew as quarterback. Minshew, a guy more often than not going to throw multiple touchdown passes, and there's a pretty good chance that one of those goes to Chark. I don't know how you fully trust Lockett coming off the last couple of weeks. You know, he's played through injury, barely targeted last time out, didn't catch a thing, put up a goose egg. I just think the floor for Chark at this point is much greater.
All right, so there you go, DJ Chark, for those of you that are answering. Austin Hooper, can you trust him this week coming off the injury?
Austin Hooper was, depending on your scoring system, possibly the most valuable fantasy tight end when he checked out. Matt Ryan, more often than not, is throwing for 300 yards, and Hooper's been a big part of that. So, sure, I mean, it would depend on the options, but I would play him over anybody other than, say, Kelsey, Kittle. That might be it. Maybe Hunter Henry, but that's it. I'd put him over anyone else.
Okay, and how about Julio Jones? If you're coming into the playoffs right now, Julio's dealt with so many injuries. You know he's a beast. He's going to play this week, but again, he could get banged up. So what do you do with Julio Jones if you're in desperation?
Yeah, it's a shoulder with Julio Jones, so I guess we worry a little bit less about, it's not a hamstring, it's not a calf, it's not one of these things that just in the normal course of doing business a player can aggravate. I'm fairly confident if he's going to start this one, he's going to finish it. And he's one of the, let's say, 5 most gifted receivers in the game. But his season's a little weird because it's another one of those Julio Jones years in which he just seems allergic to the end zone somehow. He's put up huge yardage totals. I'm not sure he found the end zone since like September. It's been a long time. But I'm still going to play him. Matt Ryan is just going to absolutely pepper him with targets. Even if he's 90% this week, 85% this week, he's going to see 10 targets. The floor in any given week for Julio Jones is usually like 75 yards. So yes, I'm playing him with relative confidence.
Dalvin Cook, a fantastic young man, a great talent, unfortunately, very injury prone, and a guy that you cannot trust. How do you handle it this week with him and Alexander Mattison? How do you look at that?
Yeah, tough one. I think it would be, first of all, we heard almost immediately following the game last week that Dalvin Cook was probably going to be good to go in week 14, that it sounds like it's more or less a pain tolerance issue for him, but it is an injury that isn't just going away. I bet that he would love to, check that box of having played every game in the season, and he's still got a shot to do that, right? So sure sounds like he's going to go this week. It also seems like it would be just gross negligence for the Vikings to give him like 25 touches. First of all, they shouldn't need it against Detroit. Detroit is a very generous defense in all respects. You can throw on them, you can run on them, you can do whatever you need to do. This feels like a game where the Vikings should have no problem getting out to a lead of some sort, holding that lead. And you'd like to think that given all that Mattison has shown us, and he's been really impressive so far this year, they blocked well for him. He's picked up every yard that's there. I feel like Mattison probably closes this game for the Vikings. And that, this is just me speculating, but that seems like a perfectly reasonable game script for them. So I'm expecting that Cook finishes with like 70 yards, good shot at a touchdown, but that doesn't necessarily put him in that RB1 range for me. I feel like Mattison is going to see, 15 carries in this one, and that could make him a viable flex on his own.
All right, says here, Big O, need 3 in a PPR flex. Todd Gurley, Rashad Penny, Patrick Laird, Cole Beasley, Tevin Coleman, Duke Johnson, and Brandon Cooks. Holy crap. All right, did you get all of that? Gurley, Penny, Laird. Wait. Gurley, Penny, Laird, Beasley, Coleman, and Brandon Cooks. Oh, Duke Johnson and Brandon
really
Cooks.
Unfortunate, but you can't very well trust Tevin Coleman, who earned a start last week, but then barely played because Raheem Mostert was rolling. We still don't know the status of Matt Breida, but regardless, Tevin Coleman's had one big week this year in which he had most of his fantasy points, and I'm not going to trust him. Also not going to trust Brandon Cooks, who hasn't been seeing very many targets lately at all. I'm going to go Gurley. I'm going to go Rashad Penny, who clearly has a larger share of that rushing workload. Good news for Chris Carson owners is that he did not just get, sent to the sideline completely over the fumbling issue. He's still playing, had over 20 touches himself last week, but I'm going to go Penny, Gurley, and then was this a full PPR?
He doesn't say half, so it says PPR flex.
Yeah, you can think about. Oh man, this is so hard. You can think about Cole Beasley here, but it's such a difficult matchup against Baltimore. He's seen a lot of targets on the season, and he's suddenly, a guy that Josh Allen is looking to when they get in goal to go situations. He has a bunch of short touchdown receptions this year. But I'm going to go Laird. I'm going to go Patrick Laird. He's a fun little story. I don't think he's a sensational back by any means necessarily, but they're clearly going to throw to him, and they can put up points. Like, this offense can put up points. Miami's kind of a fun, bad team, right? As you know, they're still playing for flow. That's really exciting. I'm probably going to go Laird here. It's not going to surprise me at all if he sees more than 15 touches.
All right. All right. Somebody asked if Hooper's going to play this week, and I think he is.
Definitely, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. He's cleared. Julio's cleared. Those guys are going to play.
And for those of you, it's Andy this hour, and it's Will Carroll in the next hour. So will follow up on all the injury stuff. We'll ask him about Hooper, but he is set to play. But we'll have Will Carroll next hour with all the important injuries to help you out, whether you're making an investment or you got some fantasy that you're trying to get to. If you want to send in a fantasy question, 786-322-1105 on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, and of course on Twitter at Big O Show, and also on DM you can send them in. So with Thielen out, Laquan Treadwell scored last week. Are we going to trust him? Do you actually risk Laquan Treadwell as a flex player in a playoff week? Any shot?
No, you don't. You simply don't. He went unguarded on his touchdown, like some sort of assignment breakdown there. He just ran down the field, and he was wide open all alone. It's not like he beat anybody in coverage necessarily. No, not trusting him. Kyle Rudolph has been the main beneficiary of Adam Thielen, because Rudolph has been used heavily in the red zone and goal-to-go situations. He's been a bit of a touchdown machine lately. So Rudolph is really the guy that is seeing an increase in targets, a little bit of B.C. Johnson. But the one guy who has clearly picked up value has, again, been Rudolph. I would not trust any other element of that receiving core other than Stephon Diggs and Rudolph.
All right, Alex is watching on YouTube. He's asking Pascal or Doyle.
Yeah, good question. No T.Y. Hilton, we assume this week, hasn't been able to get back on the practice field. It sets up relatively well for both Pascal and Doyle. Doyle coming off, it was an 11-target game, such a security blanket receiver. I think you have a much higher floor with Doyle. And as we've seen, he is benefiting not only from Hilton being out, but from Eric Ebron being an IR. So all of the tight end snaps that he can handle go to him and a bunch of targets. So I'm going to lean slightly to Doyle.
All right, good stuff there. What's the best wide receiver option with Juju Schuster-Smith out?
Yeah, that's a pretty tough situation too, and it is really important to remind people that the quality of quarterback play for Pittsburgh right now is poor. It's not like the best answer here is that you don't have to start a Steelers wide receiver. That said, we've seen James Washington deliver a couple of really nice games. He's gonna play plenty of snaps, and Deontay Johnson is also going to play plenty of snaps. And he has been more of a roller coaster. He'll see a bunch of targets. He might see 5-6 targets. There's no guarantee that he'll pull in a splash play. But either one of those guys can be viewed as sort of a deep league flex. I don't see either one of them as a player who is an absolute must start, not tied to Hodges.
Okay, Ryan Tannehill. Is he a playoff option now with the way he's played? And this week they are playing the Raiders, and those are they're almost as well. They're actually maybe a bigger fraud than the Cowboys, and that's tough.
Yeah, I'll give you some fun facts on Ryan Tannehill. Multiple touchdown passes in 5 of 6 games. He is completing almost 73% of his throws. He's just been devastatingly good off of play action. And so you give a big tip of the cap to Derrick Henry there. Derrick Henry is a guy that defenses obviously fear. Tannehill has a passer rating of 128 on play action. He's been even better in terms of accuracy. He leads the NFL right now with 9.1 yards per pass attempt, right? And again, a lot of that is that you just fear the running game so much there. And then he's facing an Oakland defense that allows 8.2 yards per attempt, one of the worst totals in the league. It's already allowed 27 passing scores. So this is unquestionably a good setup for Tannehill. I feel like, one of the big problems for him throughout his career, he takes too many sacks. That hasn't gone away. He still has some of the flaws that he's always had. But man,
but the dominant running game and the line has really helped him out.
Makes just a huge difference, right? It covers up some of the blemishes that this guy has.
Yes.
And he's just been flat out really good. Like these numbers are rolling in every week, and it's multiple touchdowns every week. So yes, he's not only a plausible starter, I think he's a pretty strong top 10 starter this week.
Fantasy PPR need 2 to start. 2 running backs here between Hunt, Laird, and Lindsey.
Oh, good question. Lindsey has been a pretty big fantasy winner over the last month or so. That backfield workload has really tilted toward him away from Royce Freeman. Royce Freeman is also dealing with a bit of an injury right now. So I'm going to go easily Philip Lindsey here. I'm also going to go, I know I recommended Laird earlier, but I'm going to go Kareem Hunt in a very friendly matchup against Cincinnati. Cincinnati's another one of those defenses that, they're about the worst in the league against the run. They also give up a ton of passing yards per attempt. So very friendly matchup all around. And Hunt has been definitely part of the plan for Cleveland. So I'm going to go those two.
All right, there you go. So you got Hunt and what'd you say?
Hunt and Lindsey.
And Lindsey. There you go for that gentleman that sent in that email. All right, Darwin Thompson for Kansas City. Speaking of that, what do you think about his options there because of injuries?
Yeah, it's looking better and better for his playing time because we know that Darrell Williams isn't going to play. He suffered that leg injury last week, non-contact injury, and Damian Williams still hasn't practiced. I believe that Damian Williams did not practice today on Friday, and this is obviously a critical practice session. So if Damian Williams isn't going to go, then it's going to be an awful lot of Darwin Thompson. He was a fun player in the preseason, fun story. Yes, LaShawn McCoy is there. The thing with LaShawn McCoy is that they don't fully trust him. He's obviously an older player. He still hasn't played 50% of the snaps in any game. I don't necessarily think it's going to happen this week either. So you're going to see a lot of Darwin Thompson. He's basically going to get the workload that you would normally expect for Damian Williams. So that's a pretty good spot. They are playing the defense that ranks number 1 in the league in terms of DVOA. The Patriots are really, really good, but they have not been great against the run. That's one of those sort of Belichick things, right? Like he's not a stop the run first kind of coach. They give up about 4.5 yards per carry. So not a bad spot at all for Darwin Thompson. I don't see him as an RB1 necessarily, but it's somebody who kind of lives near that RB2 flex line. Yeah, I think he's definitely in play.
All right, let me ask you this final fantasy question on our end here. The Dolphins, looks like they've actually developed a tight end. So has Mike Gesicki turned into a starter in a 12, 14, or 16-team league here in the playoffs?
Yeah, so the short answer is yes. I think he's a starter in a 12-team league. He's sort of right at that line. It's not at all like maybe Gesicki disappointed you early in his career. It's not at all uncommon for tight ends to not even develop until their second contract. It's a tough position because you're part of a couple of different groups, right? You're part of the receiving corps, and you're also basically part of the offensive line with most teams. So it's just a hard position to transition to at the NFL level. He's really coming to his own. They're throwing to him a little bit more. It's been a kind of frisky offense with Ryan Fitzpatrick lately. Obviously, Parker's playing well. So sure, I think he's a guy you can play. Like tight end has been a minefield. We just have Austin Hooper coming back. There's really only, I don't know, about bringing up my tight end ranks right now. There's like 6 guys that we can feel good about in any given week, and most leagues they're 12 teams. So beyond that, yes, the short answer is right answer. He is definitely a tight end that you can count on.
There you go. All right, follow him on Twitter at Andy Behrens. Andy, tell him about Yahoo Fantasy on Sundays, baby.
My favorite day of the week. We got Fantasy Football Live coming up 90 minutes before kickoff. It's the entire Yahoo Fantasy crew sitting around answering your questions, giving you breaking news if there's any weather. We actually have a trained meteorologist on staff who can tell you about that too. So every piece of information you could possibly want, we will have for you. Fantasy Football Live, 90 minutes before kickoff on Sunday.
That's right. And remember, Andy joins us twice a week now. Wednesdays, we do fantasy basketball at what is it, 2 o'clock or 2 o'clock, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, 1 o'clock, actually. No, it's 1 o'clock.
It's like my time. Or no.
No, it is 2 o'clock. No, you're right. It is 2 o'clock. That's right. I'm sorry.
2 o'clock your time.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. We do it fantasy basketball on Wednesdays, and then on Fridays we do fantasy football. All right, and follow him on Twitter at Andy Behrens. Andy, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time.
Thanks to go. Good luck in the playoffs, everyone.
You got it, baby. There you go. The great Andy Behrens. Love it. All right, man. Good stuff there as always. Steve Calabro in the house, sitting down. Want to get Steve on here? Well, let's put him where he belongs, over there with the mic. Come on, Steve.
The mic has been waiting for your arrival, sir.
Did you see over there? Of that, huh? We're growing every day, dude.
A lot to talk about.
Yeah, man.
A lot to talk about.
How about tonight? Be here tonight for the Larry Little
big event tonight. Larry
Little. Put the mic a little bit more towards.
Alrighty, sure.
Big
event tonight.
Yes.
We got Larry Little in the house.
Yeah, man.
With all the other Hall of Fame Dolphins and some other
NFL players.
NFL players. It's going to be a great event tomorrow. Golfing, 12 noon at Shula's Country Club. You get to see my ridiculous skills in golf.
Oh, there you go.
It's one of those sports that I've been playing for 40 years. And the other day I told my friend, we've been playing for 40 years, and I stunk when I was 20, and 40 years later, I still stink at golf.
Yeah.
So I haven't gotten any worse.
Right.
Haven't gotten any worse. But
that's always a good thing.
It's a frustrating sport. But you know what? Last year was great, too. This year's going to be great. We played, guys like Bob Greasy were there. We played with him. I got to tell you, a really good golfer. 74 years old. Probably about single handicap.
Who, Bob?
Bob Greasy, yeah.
Quarterbacks, dude.
Well, they're all. I guess they're all the quarterbacks, you're saying.
Aim.
Yeah, they know how to do it.
Seriously.
Well, yes,
I'm not joking. Seriously. Most quarterbacks are. Tony Romo kills it on the pan. Have you ever seen Marino on a golf
Marino's
course?
Great. Marino's a single, less than 5.
You ever seen him with his tricks?
No, I never did that.
Oh, my. Do you
Never
do
seen
social
that.
media?
Sure.
Watch him on Twitter.
I got to see that.
There's one where he looks at the camera, right? And he hits the ball. Literally, like the camera's right in front of you. He hits the ball, starts walking towards the camera, whips out his hat, and the ball lands like 3 seconds later in his hat. And he's walking like it's nothing. And
Wow.
I'm telling you, he hit it straight up in the air.
Wow. You know who else is good? Brady.
Think about, could you ever do that?
No, not even. Well, sometimes that happens, and I don't mean it to happen.
No, right. We do when we do an amazing thing. It was just amazing because we were lucky. But my man does it and he's laughing at you.
Wow.
It's a great video. Tom Garfinkel, I think, shot the video. I want to say the president of the Dolphins.
Sure.
I want to say he's the guy that shot the video.
Is he the president or ex? Oh, the current president.
Yeah, he's the president of the Dolphins
current president right now,
and the stadium.
Yeah,
the team and the stadium.
Yeah.
And Tom, I believe, was with him that day, and he filmed it. And it's such a great video. You guys got to go see it. I mean, Marino used to warm up. All right, when I was covering him, he would come out and he would warm up, and the guy would be maybe 20 yards away, something like that, like by the door. And he would look at the guy, and he'd flip the ball this way. He'd flip the ball over his head, but
backwards.
his arm backwards. And then he'd let it go, that he'd flip it like this, and it'd go straight like a bullet, like a spiral. Boom, right in the numbers. Ed Perry would be standing there. Boom, right in the numbers.
Wow.
And you're like, whoa. And that's how he would warm up. He'd do it like 20 feet away, then 30 feet away. And you're
He's
like,
great athlete.
It's a thing with quarterbacks.
You know what?
Because it's the aim. That's why they play baseball. That's why they usually play football.
But hockey players are good
back in the
too.
day, not nowadays. Now these kids all play just wood sport, But
I know some hockey players that are good golfers too.
That's shooting.
I guess.
All these guys that have to aim.
Oh, you know,
hockey players, quarterbacks, baseball players. Those guys end up transitioning into hockey. Into golf, hockey players too, and baseball, because in the swinging of the bat or the swinging of the club, It's the same kind of philosophy in golf almost. It's just a different angle. So they're already so good at that.
What was it a couple weeks ago? Romo.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, he said,
U.S. Open. Dude, he was almost. I mean, that's so
How long you been
impressive.
here? How long you been here, Billy? No,
I'm over here doing it.
You know who else is? About 3 or 4 years ago, at one of the Dolphin Foundation golf tournaments, Jim Palmer golfed with Jim Palmer.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was great.
Unbelievable. Less than a 5 handicap, less than a 5, and he was actually giving us some tips and stuff. He's one of those guys that can actually tell you 1 or 2 things on the course, which is really a cardinal sin. You know, if you didn't bring it there, you're not going to find it there. But he would tell us a couple of tips and help us out, and really knows the game. And here's
hand-eye coordination translates to almost anything when you're good at it, and when you're a hockey player, a baseball player, a football player, a pitcher, that's all you do. And so then all you have to do is learn the adjustment of where that swing is. It's higher or lower, or it's a throw, it's a different kind of throw, whatever it is. It's just an adjustment. It's one of those things, and they have that skill set. And that's why I'm never surprised when I see them play well, because that's what I've seen all my life, that they're able to transition to golf, and it's crazy.
Excellent athletes. Now, talk about excellent athletes. Let's talk about what I like to always talk about is the 5 best teams and the 5 worst teams in the NFL.
All right.
I got to tell you, the 5 worst teams, I need your opinion on this one. It's a little struggle. The 5 best, it's kind of easy.
Right.
I'm going to run through this. You tell me if I'm missing the mark.
Okay.
Maybe, you might have a little different order, but you got to have the Patriots, the Ravens, Seattle, the 49ers, and the Chiefs. You like anybody else? To me, I think that's
Say that again?
Patriots, Ravens, Seattle, 49ers, and the Chiefs.
Oh, no. I disagree completely with you there.
Come on. Where do you got
New Orleans in front of the Kansas City every day of the week. Oh, yeah. They got a defense, man.
I like that kid.
Kansas City can't play defense.
All right, I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you that one. I'm going to give you that one.
Yeah, Kansas City.
All right. New Orleans.
Right, yeah, because you got to put New Orleans, Seattle, and San Francisco in your top
Got them all
5.
in there. Got them all in there.
And then you put New England and Baltimore. Yeah, that's it.
And now, I'll tell you why I like New Orleans. That kid, that's name, the number 7 on the New Orleans. He's the back.
Yeah, the guy plays like
Jones or something.
400 positions. Yeah,
he plays every position
on
on
the
the
field. He'll block a kick, he'll block a punt, he'll score a touchdown, he'll throw one, he'll catch
Very
it.
exciting.
Hell of an athlete.
So
and by the way, a coach's dream, because think about this. That dude does 8 jobs, okay? So then it's like less players you can keep.
Yeah.
You could
Sure.
save a guy in another spot of the roster.
Sure.
I can have an extra defensive tackle because this guy does 4 different positions for me on special teams.
All right. Top 5 are a little easier, I think. Now, the worst around a little.
Okay.
Number 5 is real tough for me. So I got the Bengals.
Bengals.
Bengals are number 1.
Right.
The Giants, I hate to say it because, I grew up a Giants fan. They're number 2.
Yes, they are.
Now, you're not going to like this, but I have to explain the number 3 spot.
Okay.
The Jets. I think they're pitiful. I know they've got a few more wins, but
but I'm with you because of the underachieving talent. Yes, they're super talented.
They're just being, and that's really the Adam Gase. Someday Adam Gase needs to leave the NFL, and the ownership will figure that out. The 4th worst team, the Dolphins.
Okay.
Now the 5th worst team, I got 3 candidates for the 5th.
Okay.
The Lions, the Falcons, and the Redskins.
Go Redskins.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, the Lions without Stafford.
Why? You can't blame them because they lost their quarterback. So that's why
That's
know
true.
that they would be a little better. So that's not fair. Washington is Washington, no matter who quarterbacks.
Well,
You know what I
they
mean?
got the kid. The kid's trying.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but even if they had the other guy, it didn't matter. Once they lost Alex Smith, that's the guy that at least would have made them somewhat competitive. Now they lost him. They're a terrible football team plus the owner. So I would go
So,
Washington.
You know how bad they are? This bottom 5. 2 weeks ago, we're on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same 5 teams. Put them in whatever order you want.
Right.
Literally, put them in whatever order you want. Now,
basically.
that being said, I was at the Dolphins game this past week, and it was a joy to be there.
Yeah.
Okay, there's 25,000, maybe more Eagle
Phillies.
fans. My son, I love him dearly, but he grew up in South Jersey, so he's an Eagles fan. I have he's sitting, next to me and my wife, and I sit right next to the Dolphins. He's a fan for the Dolphins. So it was a kind of a nice thing to see, to just kind of quiet down the Eagle fans, because sometimes they need to be quieted down.
Oh, man, come on.
So that was a beautiful thing.
They're almost close to the Cowboys and the Browns as the most overhyped teams. You know what I mean?
That's another top 5. That's another a list of 5. The Browns have to be the leading overhyped team.
Cowboys because of their talent.
Yeah. I think that Cowboys
got talent, man.
Yeah, but
Cowboys should be way.
Let's talk about
Cowboys
them.
had a real coach, they would be dominating.
There's two other things I want to talk to you about. One is the Cowboys game last night. Did you see that game last night?
Yeah, we talked about it.
It's just, I mean, come on, it was
insulting.
the same. It's the same. Now you mentioned
they don't care
coach.
about that guy.
You mentioned the coach, Jason Garrett, right? Obviously, it's just a matter of time, right? They're not going to dump. They can't dump him.
What I talked about today is that they could dump him, but they're not, because Jerry knows that he comes off the field and they're asking him, "Are you going to fire Jason?" And then once he fires him for the next couple of weeks, it's all on him now, and so then they're going to be poking at him, and he knows that they're going to be picking on his faults. And he knows he has plenty of them. So he wants to keep the lightning rod in place till the end of the year.
Sure.
And then he could just face the media.
He's gone.
And then that's it.
And by the way, the Cowboys have nobody to manage that team. Their offensive not really.
Yep.
Guys, Rod Marinelli. Last time he was a head coach, win. He was winless, I think.
He's not a head coach. Detroit.
Detroit.
He is a defensive coordinator and a hell of a defensive coordinator. That's what he's been. That's what he'll always be.
So the question now begs: I need some Big O opinion here.
Okay.
Garrett's out.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a specific question. Do you think Urban Meyer takes the job?
No. Dallas, no. He's going to take either some kind of a college job. I don't think he takes the.
You don't think Jerry Jones goes after him?
No.
You think it's a good fit?
No, I don't.
I think it might be a decent fit.
I don't see him as an NFL guy.
I don't know. I think he could make it.
He's such a like, I don't know. He's confrontational. I don't know if he works. I don't know if he's going to be the guy that could handle men.
Well, here's the reason why I think it would be a good fit. One is I think he can make them winners. The problem is, the reason I think he's going to be reluctant to take it, if it ever becomes a reality type of thing, a possibility, is that Jerry Jones runs too much of the team.
Right.
And Urban's going to say, listen, Jerry, I'll take the job, but we got to do it my way. And then Jones is going to say, get back on the plane.
That's what we've talked about, that Jerry's never going to have a great coach, because great coaches have their own ways of thinking and they want to do things their way. And in that place, you're going to have to do things Jerry's way. And that's why he hasn't had a respectable coach since Jimmy and Parcells.
So who do you think? Who do you think is going to end up at Dallas?
It's a puppet. Whatever guy that is just happy to have a job, some coordinator. But he's not going to get a guy that's his own man.
Yeah. All right. So,
and that's what the Cowboys need, because the players will never respect the coach that's there, because they all know that the coach that's there is never going to run anything or call any shots. It's the guy above him that calls all the shots. So while you continue to cut his knees off, you'll never get a coach.
So that's a good segue, right? So we're talking about the Cowboys. They're in first place in the NFC East. I want to talk about this topic. The worst division in NFL football in the last 3 or 4 years.
NFC
East. They're 16-33 collectively, and most of the 16 wins were against losing record teams.
No,
it doesn't really get much
No one
worse.
in that division deserves to be in the playoffs.
Right, and it looks like the Cowboys are going to get there by default.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm actually, for my son's sake, and maybe for some of my friends back in Philly, and my good buddy Dominic, he's a big Eagles fan. I'm actually rooting for the Eagles. If somebody has to go in by default, let the Eagles go in. But and they have a shot. I mean, right now
has a shot in that division.
The front runner would be the Cowboys, but it was that's a bad division. It's almost like
terrible.
it's a sin like what has happened.
Washington's the only one that doesn't have a shot in that division, right? Or the Giants?
The Giants. I think the Giants are.
Are the Washington Redskins mathematically
still in it?
Right, they're
still. The Giants are out of it mathematically. Although somebody was texting me, the bunch of Philly guys were texting me because Eli's going to start this week.
Yes.
Right, and so they're saying that it's all about us. This miracle comeback that Eli's going to wheel off 4 victories, and they're going to be 6-10, and they're going to win the division. I don't think it can happen. I don't think it mathematically can happen. I think my Eagle fans were a little clouded from the rough weekend they had, and so they were texting me some crazy stuff.
It's such a terrible division, man.
But so we've talked about some really bad NFL this year, unbelievable. But there's I want to talk to you about one thing, your opinion, another opinion, big O opinion.
Okay.
Latino coach Ron Rivera. He gets dumped. Now, I'm going to give you some factoids, then you tell me what your opinion on this is. Rivera was 5-7 when he got fired.
Right.
Tepper, the owner, says, I'm going to give him a chance. If you look at 3 of his losses this year, 2 came at the hands of their running back, McCaffrey, getting stopped on the 1-yard line in the 4th yard. So if he doesn't get stopped, they win those 2 victories.
Right.
And they had a kicker miss a doable field goal, which probably would have changed the outcome of that game. So that means Ron Rivera was 3 plays away from being 8-5.
Right.
8-4. And he gets fired at 5-7. What's your opinion on it?
I'm not a fan of the firing because I think he's been straddled also with Cam.
Well, Cam is. Think about it. Cam's injured this year.
Oh, he's had like 3 different offensive coordinators during his tenure. It's a hard guy to coach. It's a hard offense to run. Now that he got injured, you have to change everything because the Allen kid cannot run what Cam does. So it's a whole different ball game, and I think it's been a challenge for Ron. The problem with Ron was that he made the playoffs early on, and then lately he hasn't.
Right.
And that's how this league is what have you done for me lately?
Yes, I hear you.
And I think that's what's happened to him, unfortunately. But I'm with you. I wasn't a fan of it, and I think they're going to struggle to find themselves a coach that is going to do any better than what Ron did.
Who's Mr. Perfect coach that's going to come in there
I don't know.
and turn the Carolina Panthers, who have a first-year quarterback. They got a banged-up Cam Newton.
Yeah, he's a first-year quarterback that's a baby, too. I mean, it's
and Tepper's, obviously he's saying the right things. He's saying,
new owner, man. He wants his people now.
In defensive,
he inherited this.
But in defense of that owner, at least he's being somewhat nice about it to Rivera. Like he was saying, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's just part of the business. I get it, but who are you going to put into place? So,
and by the way, it's hard for you to ever pick on Ron Rivera. I know him personally, so I'm a little biased in this case. He's almost a friend to a certain extent for me. The only positive for me that he got fired is if he's not a head coach, I'll get to smoke cigars with him again at the Combine this year. I'll get to see him. But what's it called? Yeah, because I used to smoke a cigar with him and talk football for 2 hours every Combine with him.
Oh, nice.
And then, but that's when he was an assistant coach and a coordinator. When he became the head coach, he disappeared and he wasn't out at night anymore. And plus, social media has also changed the last 10 years. Coaches don't hang around nearly as much around us anymore because there's always people with phones and
what's going to happen?
Whatever. But anyway, my point is, I think Rivera's going to get a job immediately somewhere else.
Absolutely.
And I think he's going to be a good coach for somebody out there. And I think because players respect Ron because Ron is a stand-up guy and he's a former player that knows the deal. And yeah, he was a damn good player. Not a great player, but Ron Rivera was like a damn good linebacker. You wanted him on your football team. And I think that's why players connect with him because he knows what they're going through, and he knows how to kind of handle those situations. And he's a really good communicator, and players love to play for that guy. And if you watch that about the Panthers, you never saw a lack of effort.
So I got another question. Coach,
yes.
We're sticking on the coaches, Jason Garrett, the Rivera. You think that Shermer from the Giants survives?
No, not at all.
Black Monday,
the thing is the Giants do classy things. They don't really get into the soap operas. They don't do the stuff in the middle of the season. They're not calling out their coaches. They don't do that kind of stuff. They wanted the perfect ending for Eli. They wanted Eli to just start this year, finish out his career, have a solid year, retire him, give him they wanted to give him the red carpet treatment that he deserves for winning 2 titles. You know what I mean?
And 2 MVPs.
And 2 MVPs. But it got to a point where it was just, it wasn't working out, and it was hurting everybody else, so they had to make the tough decision. The Giants are that team that they don't want to do this. So I think at the end of the year, they will make the change that they're supposed to make with Shurmur. It just looks disastrous right now. He doesn't deserve to come back, unfortunately. I hate to say it, but
he doesn't. No,
now in year 2, it doesn't look like you're improving, and I think you got to make a change.
So now the rumors I'm hearing is, and these are crazy. Remember, we're talking about NFL coaches here. Jason Garrett,
I know,
is talking about like he wants. I don't know. Some rumors like somehow he's gotten the word out that he wants to go to the New York Giants. I know he was an ex-Giant. He's went to school in East Coast.
I would take Rivera over him.
I'd take Rivera, and probably 5 other guys over Jason.
I wouldn't hire Jason Garrett. I'd be so pissed. Like if the Dolphins needed a coach and they'd hire Jason Garrett, I swear I would try to rally people to go strike over at Dolphins facility. Seriously. I would be livid if they'd hired that bum.
Why so strong against Jason?
I think he's a bum.
I mean, I am too, but
I think he's a nothing.
I think
he's a jag.
Sort of middle of the road.
Right. I think he's a jag. I think he's just
written all over him.
Right. That's what I mean. I think he's a guy who draws no respect from players. And he's a former player and all that.
Yeah, but he was a backup.
And he was a backup. Well, but
backup quarterback.
Backup quarterbacks usually are pretty damn good coaches.
They're usually pretty smart too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doug Peterson, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy really made his. He might get into the Hall of Fame.
Not only
a coach,
right? But there have been other guys that have done really well as backup coaches, as head coaches. It's like a catcher. It's just one of those positions that translates. But with him, I just that personality or lack thereof. Like yesterday, every time there's something wrong, I don't see any conviction. I don't see any confidence. It's just PR. PC crap that he spews.
A lot of PC crap.
Yeah, it's just, and to me, I think he just says the company lines and there's no real emotion tied to it. And I just don't think he's a guy that players buy.
So listen, full disclosure, I'm a Giants and a Dolphins fan. Okay.
Okay. Well, the world isn't perfect.
So as a make it even worse.
I'm glad you. Hey, listen, I admitted yesterday I love mounds. You love the Giants. Some things, are just not right in the world.
Well, there's two other. There's a worse fanhood that I have. I like the Yankees and the Mets, which is like a cardinal sin.
That's you two have that disease. I'm sorry, I can't help you guys.
In 1969, I was an 11-year-old kid. The amazing Mets are winning the World Series. I can still rattle off the lineup. Ed Kranepool, Kenny Boswell, Bud Harrelson. At third base, a little tricky. They platooned Red Garrett and Ed Charles. Left field was Cleon Jones. Tommy Agee in center. The slowest outfielder in the world to ever play the game. Ron Swoboda in right field. And Jerry Grody catching. Jerry Kuzman, lefty. Tom Seaver, the righty. Poor Tom Seaver. He's a little ill right now. And Nolan Ryan and Tug McGraw. What a staff. You're talking about a lot of years of there. Right? So
Tug McGraw.
But I also like the Yankees.
With my Phillies, by the way.
I was going to say Phillies, yeah.
My wife and I, we go up to go see the spring training, and a couple years back, about 5-6 years ago, Jeter was still playing. I think it was Jeter's last year, and Rivera was still playing. Rivera pitched 2 innings in spring training, which was like absurd. It's really fun. So I'm a Yankee and Met fan, so I do have this like confusion.
Yeah, you are twisted.
Of twisted sports teams fans, but at any rate. That being said, what I'm worried about is, as a Giant fan, Garrett, the Giant organization might like Garrett because he is PC.
Right.
And he's an ex-quarterback and he can help out their protege, Jones.
Yeah.
See, that sounds, on a resume, sounds right. But in the big picture, I don't think it's right.
No, I like better that Ron Rivera can get Norv Turner. And I'm good with that.
Yeah. Okay. Can you give a call to the Mara family?
That's what I'm saying. I'd just rather get the really good coach, and then he could get a really good offensive coordinator because that's what Norv Turner is. He's a really good offensive coordinator. Crappy head coach. You don't want him being a head coach. But if he's your offensive coordinator, you're good.
So I'm going to change directions on you, Big O.
All right.
This past Saturday, I didn't see you. I was looking all under the crowd. This past Saturday, we gave away a $46,000 Mercedes. A beautiful woman won the car. It was a nice
I needed
day.
it, too, because I just totaled my car.
You should have been there. I told you to be there.
I just totaled my car. I just totaled it like 4 days ago. I totaled my car.
But we have some things to look forward to. Like you said earlier.
You giving another car away so I can sign up? Because
the next big event is New Year's Eve. We have a big party in the whole casino. The whole casino. We're going to have a live band in the lobby right there all night. You know, obviously there'll be plenty of New Year's Eve cheer.
Oh,
that
nice.
We'll be serving. Everybody gets hats and horns and stuff. So it's a free party on New Year's Eve. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, come on out on New Year's Eve.
But you can come on New Year's Eve and enjoy the festivities. So always a fun time in Hialeah Park. And I'm looking forward to tonight. You'll be there, right?
Yes.
You'll be there?
Both. Bill and I are going to be here tonight for Larry Little's event, man.
It's a nice cause, too.
It's a great cause. Come on, man. Raising money for kids to go to college, and let's get them educated, and let's get them to a brighter future. Hells yeah, man.
And
I love it.
There was one other thing I wanted to mention in poker here. Right here.
Yes.
I'm sitting in the poker room.
Poker. That's what she said.
Now this year at the end of December, we've got a giant. Every day we have great high hands, but at the end of the month, the day after Christmas, we have a giant. One of our biggest high hands promotions ever. So you got to come out that week. Between Christmas and New Year's Eve, this is the place to be in this poker room. If you play poker, this is the place to be.
Well, high hands, the question is, will Dion Waiters, fresh off a plane with gummy bears, come on out here and enjoy a high hand? That's all I got to ask. That's it. Because, Dion loves his gummies. You know about that story, right?
I do not. Please tell me.
Dion Waiters, do you know who he is?
No.
Basketball player for the Heat.
Sure.
He OD'd on gummies that are, THC,
I didn't know that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so he actually had like a panic attack and everything in the plane.
Supercharged gummies.
And, yeah, exactly. So he has a high hand. So I'm just saying, maybe he wants to come out here and take advantage of the high hands out here at Hialeah.
Exactly the same high hand.
Not the same kind of high hands, but since he has a high hand, he might have a chance here, and you never know.
I'm glad you.
Artists all the time write great music when they're high.
That's what I've heard.
You know what I mean? There was somebody that was high at Art Basel that bought a banana on a wall for $120,000. Did you see that?
I did see that one.
Banana on a wall, duct taped, and let's pay $120,000 for that.
Yeah,
you got to be high to do that.
Real high. Real high.
So people like that should come to Hialeah and try their luck at the high hand here.
Right here in our poker room. It's a great poker room.
Man, it's so comfortable.
The action tonight, it's Friday morning. It's already packed.
It's
already
packed.
packed.
Yeah, and the good thing, you guys, besides the captain's chairs and the food and the massage, but the TVs everywhere. And let me tell you, tomorrow, Championship Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
You'll have all the games going on. Well, tonight you can have the Pac-12 game going on. Yeah, Utah and Oregon tonight. That's going to be on. And they have also the TV so you can watch and wager at all the tracks around the country. All right, the Veranda Bar and Cafe is right here, so you can have a great drink and some delicious food. Then you've got downstairs the Flamingo Bar and Lounge where you can dance the night away tonight. You can have some food, all that good stuff. And then I think the number is over 900 machines downstairs. Am I correct?
That's the number.
There you go. And then they've also got, remember, it's a non-smoking casino, so you won't have some dude next to you, with his Virginia Slims stinking up the place. I use Virginia Slims. Anyway, we also have the outside part, which, cool nights now. We've got all the machines outside, so you can enjoy your Virginia Slims and your cigars and all that outside. So we have the smoking slots is what we call them out here at Hialeah. Smoking hot slots. Right, so you can bring your high hand and have a smoking hot slot out here at Hialeah Park. You know what I mean?
I don't even understand why people everybody needs to come here.
Right.
But that kind of introduction, the high hand, the smoking hots, come on.
Come on. And don't you still have the big ow going on here? Do we still have that?
Yes, we do.
There you go. So we got to do that. When is the big ow going on here at Hialeah Park? Huh?
I don't know the exact
Okay,
date.
all right, all right.
I'm sorry.
All right, but we will remind you when the big ow comes back here at Hialeah Park, okay? And then that way maybe you can participate in the big ow here at Hialeah Park. And you can bring your high hand and get it hot.
There you go. I think you've laid it out perfectly in terms of Hialeah Park and the NFL.
That's right.
Pretty good NFL.
When it comes to getting laid, we are always right on top of it. Literally.
All right, boss.
All right.
That's a
Steve
hell of a
Calabro,
segue.
baby.
Thank you, Big O. Take care.
Way to go, man. Thank you as always, all right? Excellent segment by you. Have a fantastic week. I'll see you tonight, man. We'll have some fun tonight with Larry Little and the folks. All right, so there you go. You're gonna podcast that one?
Of course.
Okay.
And I just have to state that you almost got us to the next guest.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right.
You
We do
guys
have a
did.
guest. Got it.
Guys did well.
Thank you, Steve. As always, appreciate it, my brother. All right, we got Will Carroll, the injury expert, is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk with Will. We'll have a little fun. We'll get the latest injuries. If there's any injuries you're worried about for your favorite teams, for your fantasy team, maybe wagering, you got an investment you want to make this weekend, and there's a specific injury you want me to ask Will Carroll about at the bottom of the hour, we will do that. Just send it in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105, on Twitter at Big O Show. You can send it in on DM, whatever, and here on the YouTube channel. Yes?
You did really good. You turned 60 minutes into 82.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Nice stretch by you there.
Oh, do you think Jerry Jones will ever step down, let football gods run the team? Yeah, I do, dude. I think he'll step down when he steps up to heaven. He's Al Davis, bro. He's Al Davis. He's not going to stop till he's 6 foot under, and that's it. That's Jerry. This is his team, bro. He bought it. He's going to enjoy the spotlight until he cannot enjoy the spotlight. Remember, this is, I almost said it the first time when we were talking about this to open the show, that I said he was like Paterno in a way, and I was going to go to that extreme. When you took Paterno away from him, he died. He had cancer and everything, and he was fine in fighting that as he was coaching, because that's what was keeping him alive. Once they took coaching away from him, well-deserved, of course, for the scumbag that he was for hiding that pedophile, but whatever. Once you took football away from Paterno, that was his soul. You lost it. And I think Jerry Jones is the same thing. Jerry can have whatever business he wants and all that stuff. The football team is his life. That moment in front of the cameras is his life. You take that away from him, and I think he'll be an extremely unhappy man. So he doesn't, in the end, it's kind of like Kaepernick. Kaepernick never really wanted to be a quarterback anymore. He wants to be a guy that's fighting for the cause. That's why he's gone through all of this. That's why he did the clown show that he did when he was, trying to throw for NFL teams and then just calling them out instead. Jerry's the same way. Deep down inside, yeah, Jerry would like to win a championship, but for him, his championship is being in front of that camera every single night. And as long as people want to know what he wants to say, that feeds his ego the right way. He's got 3 titles. He will always lean on those 3 titles. And I'm sure that in the big picture, he would love to win that 1 title on his own without Jimmy. Because deep down inside, he knows that those 3 titles are all credited to Jimmy. But for now, he'll ride that and he'll enjoy it. I'm telling you, it's not like winning a championship is really his ultimate goal. Because if it was his ultimate goal, can I compare it again to the Dolphins? Can I do that?
Yeah.
May I do that, please?
But of course.
Then you would be Stephen Ross. And instead of signing Ndamukong Suh and falling in love with Joe Philbin and giving me an extension on a useless win against Minnesota and liking Adam Gase and this and that and sign that guy, he finally said, you know what, dude? I'm shutting up. I'm not getting in this anymore. I'm not talking about it. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to hire somebody and get the hell out of the way. let them hire the coach. Let them do whatever they want. Let them build the team. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to go have a conversation with Ndamukong Suh, and I'm not going to be teaming up with Mike Tannenbaum on who we like and don't like. Forget it. And finally, he not that he was a meddler, but he was still kind of contributing to the demise of his own franchise. And so he finally figured it out that I don't know jack about football. Let me get the hell out. Okay? And as much as I like Stephen Ross personally, because I think he's really a good dude and his heart is in the right place, I'm the first guy to tell you from the first moment he walked in till now, he doesn't know jack about football. Okay? I forgot more about football 30 years ago than what Stephen Ross knows now. Not now. No. What I forgot about football 30 years ago, he doesn't know. So he finally figured it out. Jerry Jones hasn't figured out that he doesn't know football. He can't lead a football team. He's got to put somebody in place that they will respect, like Parcells, like Jimmy Johnson. But in order to do that, you must take a step back. Stephen Ross was willing to take his toe out of the water. You know, Jerry's got his whole body in the water. I mean, Stephen just had like a toe in the water. He really wasn't much of a meddler, but the little that he did in meddling, like, oh, I'm so impressed by the win against Minnesota. We're extending Joe Philbin. No, dude, you're not. What is wrong with you? Oh, I fell in love with Ndamukong Suh after a conversation with him at a Red Wings game. Let's sign him. No! So the few times that he meddled and that he had to give an opinion, he shouldn't. Because when it comes to football, Stephen Ross should have no opinions. Stick to real estate, bro. Just stay away from football. Sit in your box, enjoy your team, hire football people, get the hell out of the way. Okay? And I know Jerry has a little bit of a football background, but I think he's proven over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, you are the problem and you are the guy that buries your own football team.
Jerry will never sell the team because then he doesn't have his platform
for
him to be out there. And he's such an egomaniac. Like you said, he's more interested in the cameras and stuff like that than anything else. It's absurd.
All right, let me tell you about Craig Zinn, Acura of Pembroke Pines, baby, the finest dealership in the business. There's no better Acura dealership in the world, man. None. They can try. They can try all over, but they're not going to beat it. #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. And right now, how about some great lease features? 2019 models, the ILX is $119. You want a 2020, the TLX $259, the RDX $329, the MDX $369, only $29.99. Do it signing plus tax tag and registration. Check out the fleet of certified pre-owned vehicles too. They are awesome. And the used cars, man, a great selection. You're going to love that sales staff that is second to none. Get on down to 15601 Pines Boulevard. Tell them that Big O sent you, man. I wouldn't tell you to buy or lease a vehicle where I wouldn't do it myself, and we've done it plenty of times at Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. When we come back, the injury expert, Will Carroll, is next.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com. No one expects
Plus tax tag title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. It is time to get the latest on what's going on with some of the important injuries in the world of sports with my man Will Carroll, the injury expert. And, of course, you can follow him on Twitter, like I and so many others do, at Injury Expert. Will, are you there, my man?
I am. How's it going, Al?
Oh, man. Well, I'm at a casino, hanging out, eating some good food, hanging out till 4 o'clock. And then later on, we're going to have a party with Larry Little and a whole bunch of Hall of Famers here at the casino. So I would say...
can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, I would say life is pretty damn good, man. Yeah, then I get to go home and watch The Mandalorian later on tonight to watch Chapter 5. Are you geeking out on The Mandalorian yet? Are you on Disney Plus yet?
I am on Disney Plus. I watched the first episode and got to see the baby Yoda, but I'm actually saving up because I was behind on a couple other shows and I want to just burn through it Netflix style. Right. I got to say, with both Apple and Disney, I'm not used to watching shows week after week anymore. I've adjusted, and our lifestyles today. If I want to watch 10 episodes of Mrs. Maisel, I want to watch all 10 episodes of Mrs. Maisel.
Yeah, no, dude. Listen, 5-10 years ago, you think I can do what I'm doing right now? No, Can't do it. Can't do it, bro. And this whole world of downloads, this on-demand thing, people love this, man. The reaction I've gotten, our downloads have increased 30% every single month, brother. I mean, it is.
Love it.
Yeah, man. It has been amazing, and that's what people are telling me, that they're loving this format because we have very little commercials, we have a lot of talk, a lot of interviews, stuff like that, and then they get it when they want. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the best part is I'm watching the spikes, and during morning and afternoon drive, it is spiking through the roofs.
Yeah.
That tells us that people are using us to go home or go to work, which is really cool. All over the country, by the way, which is pretty awesome because it's like all the way through the West Coast drive time. We're peaking all the way to like 10 o'clock at night, which is pretty damn impressive, man. Yeah, it's a different world. So I don't blame you if you're trying to binge. What's it called? The Mandalorian. And I'll tell you, episode 3 for me was the best episode yet. It's well written, good acting. It's not cheap either. They spent the money in the production and everything going on. They made it, quality. And I know you've only seen one episode. Like the first 2 episodes are like kind of setting the storyline and the scene. 3 is where it really picks up. I can't wait to watch 5 tonight, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Yeah, when's Pedro Pascal going to actually take off that mask?
Well, you don't see it, but he does in 4 because they leave him some food and he goes to eat his food, but he takes it off and you only can see from the back when he starts to take it off. But they don't show you his face because apparently he has never taken off the mask in front of anybody since he was a child. I think that's what he... and I gave that away already, but I'm sorry if I did to anybody out there. But I haven't really given anything real, like, solid away. But yes. But apparently that's a thing with him that he doesn't do it in front of anybody. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. I don't want to give out any more. All right. First of all, let's start off last night. Roquan Smith. He's had some injuries already in his young career. What's the latest with that pec injury? Because the coach did not sound very positive when talking about Roquan Smith yesterday.
Yeah, this is the worry, is we've seen this kind of injury several times this year, and we've seen more of them. There are 2 injuries this year that have really spiked like your show. That's torn pectoral muscles and MCL sprains. And we've seen a bunch of them. Why? Honestly, we don't know. The tough part is it doesn't seem like anybody in the NFL knows or is even really asking the question. What we saw from Roquan Smith last night is the same kind of injury, a torn pectoral muscle, that we've seen with J.J. Watt, several others. We normally see this in linemen because they'll get their arms out lateral to their body, and they'll just get pulled back too much. If you think of it kind of like a bench press motion, you'll feel that stretch there at the front of your shoulder. That's where your pectoral muscle, your chest, what John Cena bounces up and down, that's where it connects, and it's the weakest there. It's kind of almost the exact same thing as your calf and the Achilles tendon. So it's a weak point. If it gets pulled back, something's got to give. If you're pulling forward, as you would normally do in that stage, especially if you're an offensive or defensive lineman, and it gets pushed back, something's going to snap. And in this case, still no confirmation of it, but all signs are that Roquan Smith has this. It'll have to be put back together. It's fairly simple surgery. Literally all they're doing, much like with an Achilles tendon, is going there and stitching it back together. It's about a 4 to 6 month recovery period, so his season will be over most likely, but he'll be back for next year with no problem.
All right, let's see. Julio Jones, shoulder. What's the latest? He's coming back. How healthy is he?
He's healthy enough. The thing you have to think about with any sort of shoulder issue is exactly what does he have to do. If he were a lineman, no big deal. If he were a defensive back, surprisingly, not a big deal. But Julio Jones, with what he does, it's a real problem. And, while they think he's going to play, the question is how functional is he going to be? The problem is, can he reach out? Can he reach up? Why is this a problem for him more than others? Think about how, first, he's tall. So think about how many times a quarterback will throw it up, and he goes up and gets it. If he can't raise his arm the normal way, what a quarterback's used to, he's not going to be able to do. The second is diving or in the end zone. You've got to reach out. You've got to go and get the ball. If you can't move your shoulder normally, you're not going to be able to do it. So Julio is going to play. Atlanta doesn't have much to go through, so I'm questioning how much they're going to actually push him. And we just have no idea about his function. Atlanta's been an up-and-down team this year. If they're going to rebuild things next year, they've got to have a healthy Julio. So I think they're taking a risk by pushing him out there this week.
All right. Let's see. Next up, Brady, toe, elbow, offense not looking good. Is it the end?
No. Tom Brady will play as long as he feels like playing. The thing you have to remember is everybody wants to mythologize that 6th-round pick. But the fact is, he didn't have a lot of physical skills and never did. He's not fast. He doesn't have a great arm. He doesn't have the physical skills of a lot of other quarterbacks. So what makes him successful? Everything else. Preparation, the people around him. There are a ton of questionable people on that Patriots injury report, but all the good ones are going to play. They're really the only one who has a chance, and I think Sanu is trending the right way. He'll be a game-time decision, but everybody's going to play. Tom Brady's been banged up his whole career because he does take a lot of hits. He doesn't avoid them. His line play has been really bad this year. I think that's the major problem due to injuries, and I just don't think they have the same kind of talent they're used to having. That's something I'm sure they'll go attack in the draft. But Brady will be fine. I think Brady could hop around out there one-legged and still be a pretty valid quarterback.
All right, so there you go. Unfortunately, Dolphin fans, the demise of Tom Brady is not there yet. Let's see, Juju Schuster-Smith, the knee, the concussion. What's the latest? Where does he stand?
Yeah, he's cleared the concussion, but again, this comes down to contact. And in my column today, this is exactly what I talked about. Wide receivers aren't wide receivers. We have that position because, I don't know, fantasy. But teams don't talk about wide receivers. They talk about, the wide guys, flanker, slot, where they position them. Sometimes you see things like X and Z, things that are scheme dependent. But really what it comes down to is the role. Julio Jones and Juju Smith-Schuster don't really play the same position. They don't do the same things. So what you have to do is think about, what does Schuster do? He is a route runner. He is a water bug who goes out there, gets open by finding the gaps, quickly getting to places he needs to be, timing routes, and those are all about cutting. And if he's got this MCL sprain, which is mid-grade, again, the injury we're seeing over and over this year, he's not going to be able to cut. Look, if you're Julio Jones, he can play through a lot of things because he's just so big. He can post up and do things he needs to do, unless he can't post up or, in his case, reach up this week. If you're Tyreek Hill, if you can't cut, no big deal. You just run past people. That's not a route. But if Juju can't cut, Juju can't Juju. And I don't think he's going to play this week.
Yeah, well, there you go. Juju Smith-Schuster out. All right, let's move over to basketball. Gordon Hayward with the hand. There's some talk about this month. What's the latest?
Yeah, with Gordon, man, it's been a story of injuries for the last couple seasons, and you hate to see any small thing like this really come back and grab him. But the problem is, can he get back quickly from that fracture? Bones heal. There's not a whole lot we can do to speed that up, but they're easy to monitor. You take another X-ray. What we're looking for is function. So because it's his left hand, it's not going to affect his shooting as much. So can he step in there and quickly become a catch-and-shoot guy? That's a big part of his game to begin with. So the question is going to be, when can he shoot? When can he handle the ball? It's not like he's Marlon Mack, who had a similar injury, where somebody's going to be hitting him and stripping the ball. Yeah, will they be slapping at his hands? Absolutely. But targeting is not such a big thing. It's going to come down to function. When you see Hayward doing drills where he's catching and shooting at speed, that's pretty much his game. If he can't quite go inside as much as he used to, I don't think that's really going to affect things. I think they can get him out there. They're playing a Christmas Day game, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Brad Stevens launch him back in there for that.
All right, Kyrie, what's the latest with the shoulder? Will he play anytime soon?
Well, one of the things you always have to look at is not just the context of what the player does, but you really have to look at who the player is. And Kyrie, for as good as he is and for great as he's been for, he's pushing 10 years in his career now, I think. He just doesn't play through injury. He just doesn't. And I'm not saying that's a character flaw. And I'm certainly not diminishing this injury, which is likely an AC sprain. They haven't talked about it specifically. Can he go out there and play? Yes. But does he play at under 100%? No, he just doesn't. So this is one of those things where I think they're letting Kyrie be Kyrie. This isn't a team that's going to win now. They're waiting on Durant to get healthy, and that front has been really, really quiet, which surprises me given his injury. So I think what they're doing is kind of quietly dealing with a load management issue. How do you get Kyrie through the season? He does have a tendency to break down in the season, so why push it now? He's probably not pushing to play himself, so I think it's going to be another couple of weeks before we see him out there.
All right, next up is Oladipo, right in your backyard. What's the latest with the knee, again, supposedly this month?
Yeah, there might be more going on here. I hate to be a spoiler, but he's on a singing competition. And, that appears to be a part of it. As long as he keeps that mask on, is he going to get on the floor? Fox has a lot of investment into that stupid show, and I'll admit, I watch it. So it's really kind of surprising to see that may be a factor here. He's playing, he's out there on the floor, he's taking part in drills. He's not doing hard cuts. But there is a lot of suggestion that until he gets unmasked, he's not going to be coming back. Again, I don't think they're in any rush. Indiana's on the fringes of the playoffs, so we'll see where it is. He's at I think 9 months, almost 10 months, and they talked about this being a 10 to 12 month thing. So I don't think he's late in the process. I just think it's complicated. It's really, really complicated. You never thought that singing and flirting with Nicole Scherzinger would affect a basketball season.
Nicole Scherzinger would affect me doing a lot of things. Let's go with Zion Williamson and the knee. What's the latest there with the youngin? Again, another thing that was targeted in this month of December.
Yeah, here's the thing with Zion. There's two things going on here. First is, of course, the knee. He had a small meniscus tear, nothing horrible, but then they repaired it and came back through, and it shouldn't be a problem long term. That's the hope. But we have seen issues where this does become one. The reason they repair it is Dwayne Wade. We saw what happened to him in Miami. All the things he had to do because they had taken out that meniscus. So they're trying to repair it, trying to make sure that doesn't happen for Zion. But the other thing is New Orleans is kind of using the Philadelphia model. They're in absolutely no rush to get him back. Once he does come back, he's not going to play in back-to-back games. They're going to make this opening season very, very easy on him to make it through. He's getting back out there. It's going to go past the 8-week window, and it was mid-October when he had it. So I don't think we're going to see him back until 2020 flips over.
Wow. All right. Damn. Okay, so January or February for him. How about that?
It'll be more like January. But really, all they're trying to do is get him through this season. It's not going to be they're not going the full Embiid and sitting him out. But it's closer to that than you'd think.
Okay. All right. Follow him on Twitter, by the way, at Injury Expert. He is Will Carroll, as always, and kind enough to join us every week here on the program. Will, as always, my brother, great stuff, man. Thank you for taking some time here on a Friday. So what do you got planned this weekend, man?
Evidently, I need to catch up on Mandalorian, but not a lot. It's kind of cold here. Getting the house cleaned up. It's going to be a quiet weekend, which you need every now and again.
No concerts?
No concerts. The winter meetings are coming up next week, so I'll be out there in San Diego for that. So probably a lot of laundry and packing.
Okay, good. Well, maybe we'll talk a little baseball next week. We'll talk about those big Marlin moves they're going to make next week. Okay?
Yeah, that'll take up a good 10 seconds of the segment.
Although, hey, I got to tell you, I was surprised with the moves they made this week. That was actually, for as bad as mediocre as they are, those were actually two decent moves for them. You know what I'm saying? For them, just got to put in context.
Yeah, the only problem I have with the Marlins right now is what's the plan?
Right.
Even when teams are bad, even if you don't know, they're never going to come out and say it. But where is this team going, and how are they getting there? From the outside, I can't tell. Talking to people on the inside, I still can't tell.
Right. No, it's you know what? The Dolphins are a great example for you. You know what's going on. You can tell.
Yeah.
There's a method behind the madness to the struggles. Whereas,
right, exactly.
Whereas with the Marlins, there is no method behind the madness. I got you. Good stuff as always.
Perfect.
Will, you're
Have
a
a great
stud, my
weekend,
brother. We'll see you next week, man. Be good. Thank you as always. And I'm going to get Will to take us to Sun King when we're out there. You're going to love that place. You are going to love that place. Really.
Who sang about Sun King?
No, not the cult. But
Thank you.
This is like a
Sweet soul sister.
There's a beer, the IPA place.
Yes, I
awesome.
remember you.
Awesome.
His favorite beer, you like it as well.
Yeah, it's a purple logo, silver purple type logo. I don't. If I see the logo, I'll go. That's the beer I want. I don't remember the name. I would have to ask Will. Will would be able to tell me the name of that. Anyway, if you want to get in on the program, we got a lot of things going on here on the show. I think at 3:30. Andy Behrens is Andre Fernandez is going to join us at 3:30 from The Athletic to talk a little Miami Heat. I think we are set to be joined by another Andy right at the top of the hour. Am I right, Andy Baskins?
That is correct. Cleveland.
Yeah. Well, we talked, how the Cowboys are a mess. Well, the Browns are also a mess. Andy Baskins is going to stop by so we could talk about that whole crap that's going on with them.
You know who's not on the same level, but they're obviously a mess because of the owner, like Jerry Washington.
Yeah. Snyder, Lerner, and Jones. Those are all bad owners because they meddle, and that's the problem. And when you have those kind of guys, that look at what the results are. And that's all you need to know.
What's Atlanta? Blankenship, is that his name?
Arthur Blank.
Arthur Blank. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Lowe's or Home Depot.
It used to be. He sold it.
You know what? You always see him on the sideline, and that's it.
Yeah.
He doesn't talk. You just see him. That's it.
He's a good dude, supposedly. Yeah. He's like a really good owner.
Very charitable, from what I understand.
Yes. But his people, he lets them
right
do their jobs. And then, hey, listen, he's been pretty loyal to the current coach. And that current coach has had his struggles, like right now, like this season. And he's come up short several times. It's pretty amazing. So,
what was it the offensive or defensive coordinator that they lost after the Super Bowl?
Offensive. He's in San Francisco.
It did that changed that whole dynamic over there.
Yeah, he's in San Francisco. That's why. 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. You can also reach out to us on Twitter at Big O Show as we take you till, I would say, about 4 o'clock, something like that. And then we will wrap it up here on the show and head out for the weekend and have some fun. I probably will have some kind of a podcast for you on Saturday. It won't be a post game because we won't have any Canes to complain about. But we will have a post-game show for you on Sunday after the Dolphins beat the Jets again on Sunday. and we could laugh at Adam Gase again, which will be a beautiful thing.
You could have a celebration podcast tomorrow. The fact that the Canes didn't lose.
I could do that. Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at the games for tomorrow. There's some really good ones. But then I look at the ACC championship game, and it's like it's a dull game, Virginia and Clemson. That doesn't get me excited at all, man. They have no shot in my eyes. So it's like, why am I even going to watch that?
Well,
that's what it feels like.
Let's face it. What is it, 6-7 years now? The ACC championship game is a dud.
Yeah.
No competition at all.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's been
Clemson owns that.
It's what I call my abbreviation for ACC is another crappy conference, and that's exactly, unfortunately, what it is. All right, let me tell you about Choice Mortgage Bank. We love Michael Kodsey and the great people at Choice Mortgage Bank. And listen, what I love about Michael is that nobody's going to work harder. I've watched it for 9 years. Our listeners have had that experience. And folks, right now, listen, tell them that I called you. Tell them that Big O sent you. I promise you they're going to take care of you. We've been doing it for 9 years now, sending so many of our listeners. We're in a much better place. Years ago, they took care of us. They can do the same thing for you so you can have, maybe more money to pay bills and get a vacation, all of that. And right now, we can still get you into a fixed mortgage rate under 3.5%. Call Michael Kodsey. Save it on that cell phone because you can call him anytime. In the evenings, on weekends, 561-441-2730. Don't let those mortgage companies give you the runaround. If your bank's declined you, they are a one-stop shop. Call Michael Kodsey, 561-441-2730.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. We take you, of course, till about 4, so we're headed down the home stretch, 4:20, something like that, because we will have Igor Smith on from the president of Dolphins NYC is going to be joining us in 1 hour. We're going to talk to Andy Baskins from, of course, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. And Andy Baskin, you can follow him on Twitter at Andy_Baskin. Got to talk a little bit about those Browns, because obviously those Browns are an absolute clown show. So we got to get into a little bit of the Browns. It just, between the Browns and the Cowboys, they are the two teams that we hype up every single year, man. It is just absolutely nuts how we just talk them up like they are the second coming. Like, for sure, this is the year that they're going to turn it around, and they never do. And again, this is another year where the Browns get all the hype and have not lived up to the hype. And so we'll ask Andy Baskins about that and his thoughts on the Browns and how they'll survive this, or will they survive this? Will Freddie Kitchens survive this? Will Odell Beckham want to come back is the question. You know what I'm saying? That's the, because now he put out a cryptic soundbite yesterday about his future, and I know he followed up with I love it there and all that stuff, but he did not sound like the guy that was assured that he was going to be back there next year. And this is what you get. I mean, you want to sign these kind of characters, you're going to have to deal with it, unfortunately.
Does Landry take it personally if he leaves?
I mean, well, he did. The one thing he did say is that he loves being there because he gets to play with his boy, Jarvis Landry. But I'm sure Jarvis Landry will not be happy if he does leave, because that's obviously not a good thing for...
Take it a little personal?
Although, I don't know if it's a bad thing if you get rid of him. I'm not exactly sure now. I know he's a great talent. It's a phenomenal talent, but he's a head case.
He's a flake.
I mean, you got to always be dealing with the baggage, and that's a pain in the ass. I look at him as a pain in the ass. I look at him as a cancer type guy. It's as good. T.O.'s great, right? A hell of a talent. I don't want him on my football team. Never have, never will. It's the way it is. It's not like a guy that you have to have in order to win. Plenty of teams have won with guys that have half the talent of T.O. Okay, I saw the Giants win with Phil McConkey and Mark Ingram as their top wide receivers. And those guys were solid receivers, but they had half the talent that Odell has. Half the talent that T.O. has. And it's not the first time. I mean, the Ravens won a championship. I know defense and running game, but Brandon Stokely might have been the MVP, I think, of that game or something. And that guy has a third or a tenth of the talent of T.O. and Odell Beckham. If you have the great quarterback or the great team or the great running game, maybe you can overcome all of that. I mean, Odell Beckham is one of those guys that I don't know if you're ever going to look at Odell Beckham like, oh, he's the guy that is going to put us over the top. I don't know about that. Not the way he's a head case.
I do know one thing.
What's that?
Deion Waiters doesn't want Terrell around because that's his popcorn.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Popcorn, well, Deion's got plenty of popcorn. You know, he's got a truck full of popcorn that he's been saving since his rookie year. We haven't heard too much from Popcorn Gate. That was the other thing. I saw the popcorn. I'm like, that idea of maybe Deion getting some time if Kendrick Nunn continues to struggle. I don't know how the Heat feel about popcorn on the sidelines, but something tells me that might just end any kind of hope that you might have had. If you want to, I'm not sure. Maybe the Heat doesn't hold it against him because he wasn't going to play and whatever. I have no idea.
Could you see it? There's Spoelstra standing there holding his daughter, all happy, glances over at the TV and sees him sitting on the sideline eating popcorn. Hold the baby. Hold the baby.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Oh, man.
Having a hard time getting a hold of Andy, man.
Okay. All right. So we'll try to get in contact with Andy. And let me play some of the sound bites for you from some of the stuff that's gone on in Cleveland, because first of all, we had the whole Myles Garrett and Rudolph situation, all of that. And so we had Shirtgate go on, right? And before last week's game, the rematch of the Browns and the Steelers, in the second go-around, Freddie Kitchens was wearing a shirt that said Pittsburgh started it first. Now, it was made by his daughter, given to him, and he wore it, and he kind of put a jacket over it to cover it up, and he took a picture. But the picture got out in public and went viral. So Freddie was addressing that whole thing about wearing that shirt prior to the game last week. Go ahead.
You wear the shirt, and I'd wear it again. I'd put a jacket on, I covered it up, I took a picture with a fan. That was as simple as that, you know. T-shirt didn't cause us to give up 40-yard passes, and we were ready to play.
There you go. Now, look, he's right about this. The T-shirt did not cost them the game. That's not going to cost you a game. It's how you play, how you were coached, how you prepare. All of those things are the things that are going to cost you a game, okay? I understand all of that. But you are going to fuel the fire. And not that you needed to really fuel the fire for that game, right? Because you would imagine that in that game, they were already pumped up for that game. After everything that went on between Mason Rudolph and Myles Garrett and all that good stuff and the suspensions, you don't need any more. But if you're Freddie Kitchens, first of all, what the hell are you doing? You've got to rise above that, bro. Can you imagine Shula? Can you imagine Belichick wearing a shirt that said, "You started it first"? Pittsburgh started it first. Come on, man. You cannot imagine Sean Payton wearing that. Can't imagine any respectable coach wearing that. So the fact that Freddie Kitchens, and I get you want to support Myles Garrett and all that good stuff, man, support him behind the scenes. These are grown men. These aren't kids. You don't need to go to that ridiculous extreme. So you already set yourself up. Now you put on that shirt, and now it goes viral. Now the Steelers see it. And it's going to pump them up. And here's Ramon Foster for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he explains why a coach shouldn't be doing this.
When you have people wearing certain shirts and they know they have them on, like, come on, man, be professional. The game of football is played on the field, man. You say and do a whole lot of things off the field, but you better be able to back it up. That's the game, and we've been able to do this.
That's right. And when you're doing it as a coach, remember, you're the one that then is going to put your players out there. You're the one. They're the ones that have to go play the game, not the coach. That is a mistake on his part. Coaches are not supposed to be putting bulletin board material. Coaches, what they do is they get pissed at the players that are putting up bulletin board material because they're the ones that are ripping into their players for making those mistakes. You know what I mean? And that's why I say that when you look at all of this, Freddie has nobody to blame but himself. Not because of his team loss, but because of the situation that he's in. He can't control his players. He doesn't know how to handle all these situations. He doesn't know how to handle all of these egos. And clearly, he doesn't even know how to handle a shirt that you're not supposed to be wearing.
How did you feel about him kind of throwing his daughters? It's because my daughter.
Yeah, whatever. It's just whatever
wasn't that
excuse.
A little bit
it's
weak?
It's weak in every way, shape, and form. The fact that he's wearing it, it's weak. It's childish. It's unprofessional. It's unbecoming of any kind of head coach. You're not supposed to be wearing that kind of stuff. You're not supposed to be taking part in any of that silliness. That's not what you do.
What did you say about hanging out with Rivera and getting to smoke cigars, and once he became a head coach,
that's always gone.
He disappeared. Like, the only time you see him is when they're on the sideline in the press conference or up in the office,
right.
The pitcher, them there till 2, 3 in the morning.
Right.
That's it. You don't see him out and around, and you know what I mean?
Right. No. He couldn't. He had a different role now, so he couldn't just be hanging out with people. And I get it.
So here's this guy at the movie theater.
Right.
Like, hello,
and to wear that shirt and then to go in public and take a picture, you really, dude, you like really don't have common sense, and there's no way of justifying it. That's the thing. No freaking way of justifying it. 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till about 4:20. And we'll, I think we're going to have, we're going to have Igor Smith from Dolphins NYC. He will join us at 4 o'clock. At 3:30, Andre Fernandez, who moved over from the Marlins beat for The Athletic. He is now covering the Miami Heat for The Athletic. So we're going to bring on Andre for the first time as a Heat beat writer for The Athletic, so we can talk a little Miami Heat and have a little fun with him as he's switching beats. You know, it'll be a lighter side type deal for Andre since he switched. I want to have more fun with him because Andre's got, think about this. You're the writer covering the Marlins. Like, you're covering misery on an everyday basis. And then you've got to try to somehow, man, this is all miserable. Let me try to write a little brightness into this story if I can find some brightness, some sunshine somewhere so I can put it in there. Now you're covering the Heat. Now you don't have to try. There's plenty of brightness. There's plenty of sunshine coming from the Heat. Yeah, you'll get your little controversies here and there. But overall, you're covering a great franchise that cares about winning, that wants to win. You know what I mean? So as a beat writer, I would imagine that my man Andre Fernandez is extremely happy right now about his switch, okay? And from what I can tell, he does love baseball. Like, he's a fan. A lot of us that get into this business, right, we're obviously we're sports fans. But some of us, like me, I like all sports. But obviously, I think everybody kind of knows, my favorite sport, my number one sport, is football. I mean, everybody knows.
We couldn't tell.
So obviously, that's the sport that I wanted to kind of focus in on as much as possible and entrench myself in it. And if I started to pay my way to go to trips to try to get more of an education on the road, you know, from meeting coaches and assistant coaches and GMs and everybody, players and all kinds of stuff. So obviously, that was my passion. And I get the feeling that Andre's passion is baseball. But it kind of sucks that if that's your passion, but it's a terrible beat, it's depressing. That's the thing that I think a lot of fans really don't get from us in the media. Most of us really don't enjoy going into losing locker rooms. And there is no way that Andre Fernandez or when Clark Spencer was on it or anybody that's been on the Marlins beat, there is no freaking way you can enjoy that beat every day the way that team has run the last 10 years. There's no way. You cannot enjoy misery on a continual basis. You cannot enjoy the fact that the team is hated, the ownership's hated, nobody attends, nobody cares. You constantly write stories. They get no clicks. I was 2 days ago, I was at the Miami Touchdown Club at 94 Aero Squadron. They had a get-together, and I was one of the guest speakers there. And one of the subjects that Susan Miller-Degnan was talking about, she works for the Herald, and the Marlins were one of the topics. And, you know, Minervini was talking about, well, you know, they're not treated fairly. And I was like, no, they are treated fairly because they suck. And because you suck, you're not going to get any coverage. You don't deserve to get coverage. And Susan Miller was like, how many of you like the Marlins and like baseball? And most of them raised their hands. And she goes, okay, but nobody's reading anything because I see the stats. Marlins stories get no clicks in the paper. None. It's just nobody's interested. Dolphins, she says, through the roof. No matter how bad they are, they'll be through the roof that people will care. Why? Because the Dolphins are trying, and even in the last 20 years when they're chasing their tail doing all kinds of stupid things, in their mind's eye, they were trying to win. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they were trying to lose. They were trying to win. They just didn't know how to do it. That's all. You got to admire that, at least, that they're trying. It's not impressive. It's depressing, but at least they're trying. The people that are not trying at all, like the Marlins. So for me, I got to imagine that Andre has got to be in cloud nine now, having to switch this beat. And this heat season turned out to be even better than what we expected. Because there's no way. What are they, 15-6? No freaking way I thought they would be 15-6 at this point. Pretty awesome.
Maybe a game or two over 500, maybe.
Yeah. Crap, you totaled your old Acura, so you going back to Craig's Inn Acura, Toyota of Hollywood. Dilemmas, yes. Actually, that's what's going on through my mind. I really want an all-electric car. If we're going to be honest, and you know me, I'm brutally honest, I really want an all-electric car. That's what I have been. That's what I clamor for, because I want to be a little bit more green, as they say.
Well, we're not exactly California and like proactive and like all in on that. What would happen if you like used up all your electricity? Where would you go? Man, I don't see any places to hook up.
No, there are places.
There are?
Yeah, man.
Where?
Yeah. It's
Clue me in, because I have not seen one.
You're not looking at it because you don't have that car. You don't need it.
Right.
But
that's true.
But malls are picking those things up. There's an area in certain malls that you can go to the park to get electricity. There are, workplaces now that have their own spots for that now.
Right.
There's like you have
there's a little inner circle, and they
and you have a map thing. Digital map will tell you where it's at, and then of course you charge it at your house. But remember, it's like the car I'm searching for is going to have somewhere in the 200 range. I'm not driving 200 miles in a day unless I'm going on a trip.
I thought they were are they up to like 300, 300?
Yeah, 300, yes.
That's not bad.
I know, it's great, but for daily use, you'll be charging at home. So I don't drive 200 miles in a day.
If you were to drive to Tampa,
that's not my job. If I go to Tampa, then you go and you get, you break, you take a break, you take a 45-minute break and charge the car and pick up the extra miles you need to get to Tampa. Like people do when they take breaks. You know what I'm saying?
How spoiled were you with your baby?
Yeah.
To be able to go all the way to Tampa and back.
Yeah, I know.
On one tank. That was so crazy,
TSX is one of the best cars ever made.
And with the number of years mileage you had on that car and to still be knocking out 38 miles of the gallon, that's nuts.
I took care of it, too. That's why. I changed the oils and the filters and everything when it's supposed to. And that's when you take care of the engine, it'll last you a long, long, long time. Nico says, if you want all electric, then get the Tesla 3. There you go. But I do want, I've been wanting that my next car to be all electric. I don't know if I'll end up doing it, but that's one of those things that I have been thinking about a little bit. Anyway, let's do this. Let's open up the lines for you here. If you want to get on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. You can also reach out to us on Twitter at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, because that's like a 24-hour talk show that goes on there. Tua, his future. Now, yesterday we talked about it in the press and our show that Tua was going to address the media yesterday and talk about his future. And
yeah, we got off the air, 17 minutes before he went live?
Yeah, we did. And he had some interesting things to say about his future, and he was actually pretty candid about one thing that he admitted, that he's not going to be the same player again. And let me read the quote for you. I don't think I'd be the same again because there's like metal in here, He said via Mike Ken Sangrande of AL.com. I lose some rotation inward. I lose some rotation inward, so I won't be able to twist as much inward and whatnot. I wouldn't need that as much. When you're running, you're almost always opening up your hip. From the doctors say they expect a full recovery, and I'll be able to go out there and play football again at 100%. It just, I won't be able to rotate it internally the same way. Now, one of the things he talked to Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson said he gave me some insight on not trying to rush the process in trying to get back. People say our situations are similar, and they are two totally different situations with our hip, which is something that Will Carroll told you weeks ago when it happened. He told you that it wasn't like Bo Jackson's injury, all right, that it was more like Dennis Pitta, the tight end, the former tight end with the Baltimore Ravens, who was constantly injured and had that hip re-dislocate over and over again. I think it dislocated like twice after he had it surgically repaired, I believe, and I think that's the last time he just retired after that. But when you hear this, right, and there's also some talk that maybe if he's not going to be a top 10, top 15 pick, he may not come out. He may stay. I will tell you this. Whatever you feel about the kid, whether you like him or you don't, and you're on the bandwagon, you're off the bandwagon, whatever it is, I would tell this to Tua and his family. Leave. Do not go back to college. Because I don't think it'll turn out well for you if you go back to college. The next injury, you are now dropping into the middle rounds. Not even the second round. You'll go into the middle rounds with the next injury. You will completely fall off because they will just say, this guy's fragile. And you want your next injury when you're already getting paid. Seriously, at this point. You'd rather people still take a chance and think that you can be that guy and you still have hope. You go back to college and you suffer another setback, any kind of hope that was left over with any of the teams, it's dead from all 32. Not that all 32 needed you in the first place, but all 32 will say, nah, no thanks. So, kid, doesn't matter where you at. If you're number 5 in the draft, number 15, or number 50, leave. Leave. Okay? And for me, I'm not going to change. I would not take the kid early in the draft at all. With the 3rd pick in the first round, you want to reach there? Okay, I get it. I don't even know if he'll last till that long because I think somebody will take a chance on him maybe even earlier than that, and maybe that's going to be – it's going to be a poker game, isn't it? It's like who flinches first. And that's what's going to happen because you know – and everybody knows that Miami has 4,000 picks. So that's also going to create desperation for other teams because if they know Miami needs it, it's like, well, Miami's got 2 picks in this round, 3 picks in this round. Miami's coming back up again. Listen, they didn't take him earlier, but they might take him later, and he'll be gone by the time we roll around. Do we take him now? That's going to happen for multiple positions, not just Tua. So these are things, but when I hear him at least admit this, and which we all knew that he wasn't going to be the same again. Come on, man. It's a hip injury. You know how serious that stuff is? And I'm terrified knowing that he's already fragile as it is because 4 surgeries in less than 2 seasons. The kid can't complete a college football season. He's as fragile as it gets. Okay? He makes Yatil Green almost look durable. All right? That's pretty bad. Because Yatil Green and Chad Pennington and Sam Bowie used to sneeze and blow a rib. All right? And this kid's, I mean, it's terrible. That's why when I look at him, I just say, I got to stay away early on in the draft. It's just not worth it.
With his honesty, are you still second round is okay to jump in?
Yeah. I just said that. I would take him with the third pick in the first round. If I'd understand it. Okay, the Dolphins have 3 first-rounders. If they want to take a stab in the third pick, I get it. He's a great passer. You get lucky. He stays healthy. Fine. I totally understand it. But probably second round would be the better choice for him.
You know what? We're not playing baseball. The hitting factor in football, a hip, it just, man.
Terrifies the crap out of me, dude.
Yeah, no. I mean, think about it. The guard could step on his foot. He pulls out, and the hip, just from the guy locking his foot on the floor, pulls the hip out of place.
I know. Yeah. And in the process, he'll tear a calf, blow the shoulder, and lose 3 teeth because he's that fragile. So, I mean, that's the problem with Tua. You know, it's just one of those things, man. And that's why it scares the crap out of me that I'm not taking him early. And here's where we've talked about this already before, Dolphin fans. This is a process that's not going to happen overnight. And I know we live in this microwave society that we want everything put in the microwave. Let's hit 60 seconds, and every problem in the world is fixed. My kids graduated from school. My mother-in-law doesn't drink anymore. My kid lost all his acne. All I had to do was press a button. In 60 seconds, it was gone. No, it's just not the way life works, okay? Problems are still going to be there. Your bills are going to still be there. Your mother-in-law is still going to drink. Whatever problem you have, it's still going to be there. It's going to take a while to work through everything in life. And to build a football team, a real football team, it's going to take several years. So this desperation of we have to get our quarterback now, this coming draft, is wrong. If the quarterback falls to you at a spot that you're supposed to take him, you take him. But what you don't do is reach and say, I got to have a quarterback, so I'm going to take Jordan Love from Utah State in the late first round when he's really a second or third round pick. No, you wait till the second or third round pick, and then that's when you take him. You don't reach early on. And Tua, you don't take him with your first pick of your first round. Why? Because you're going to be able to get a starting defensive end, a starting tackle, a shutdown corner. And those are positions that are of need in a big-time way for the Miami Dolphins. And you're better off getting the sure stud than taking a gamble on a guy that is constantly injured, or reaching for a young man that's a project that doesn't deserve to be taken then. And then all you're doing is ruining your football team in the process. Because if you're passing up great football players at other positions because you're so blinded by the quarterback, what good is that quarterback going to do for you if the offensive line isn't fixed? If you can't rush the quarterback, if you can't cover wide receivers. So if your defense is giving up points, your offensive line can't block, you can't run the ball. What's so good about having Andrew Luck? Watch him get beaten down and then say, you know what, dude, I'm done with this league. They can't protect me. I've had injury after injury after injury. You know what? I'm way smarter than this. I can go do something instead of being a punching bag for the Indianapolis Colts. So you can't do things ass backwards. The Colts tried to do it ass backwards. They were lucky. They had Peyton Manning forever. The guy suffers a neck injury, and in one season, a generational quarterback lands on your lap. What do? You don't build the lines. You get him killed. You get him injured. And you get him injured so much to the point that he says, I'm done. I can't take this anymore. And you lose one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL and one of the best quarterbacks to come out of the draft in the last 25 years. I get it. I know we got to go to the break.
We need to change gears, sir.
I know. We got to go to the break. But that's why I say that you cannot be in a hurry. I know the Dolphins need a quarterback, but you don't want to rush Dante Culpepper when his knee's not good. You don't want to rush and give a second rounder for A.J. Feely when he isn't good. You don't want to draft and reach for John Beck when he's not good. You don't want to reach for a project like Ryan Tannehill at number 8 overall in the first round when he doesn't deserve to be taken in the first round and he should have been a second rounder. These are the things the Dolphins did in the past. You cannot keep repeating those things, and I doubt that Chris Greer will. That's called insanity. And I'd be insane if I didn't take a break either. Because we've got Andre Fernandez next from The Athletic. We're going to talk a little Heat. He is happy to be on the Heat beat, and you can get your Heat clothes at Caneswear. That's right. I know it's called Caneswear. I know you can get everything Hurricanes there, all kinds of T-shirts, all kinds of jerseys, all kinds of stuff, even autographed memorabilia. But Brett at Caneswear wants to remind you they've ordered 2,000 Inter Miami jerseys. So that's going to be your home there at 2511 South University Drive. You want some Dolphins gear? Get ready to pound the Jets this weekend? Go get it. They even got Marlins gear. Maybe it's a little in pity, but they do have it at least. So if you do like the Marlins, all three of you that are out there, you can get something at Caneswear, man. Panthers gear, they got it all for you. And, of course, Caneswear, that's the spot where fans like me shop. Go to caneswear.com, and you can order online. If you live too far away, go online. You order over $99, free shipping. Caneswear at Miami Fanwear, that's the spot where fans like me shop.
My daughters want me to wear the shirt.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. We're going to get Andre Fernandez on right now to talk a little basketball, talk a little Miami Heat with Andre Fernandez. One Nico says, how many of your listeners know who Yatil Green and how many times he blew an ACL in training camp? LOL. The youngins, yeah, they probably have no idea who Yatil Green is. But anybody, I would say in their 30s, somewhere in their mid-30s and older, they probably know who Yatil is, right? Now, probably 40 and on. 40 and on, I would say you would know Yatil. Because 30, you might still be too young because it was so long ago. You may not have a feel. But, Nico, you're right. Youngins, they didn't get the joke. Unless maybe their older brothers or fathers were making Yatil Green jokes all over. It's sad, right, that 20 years later, we still joke about the fragility of Yatil Green. Isn't that weird? That sucks for Yatil too, right? And let me tell you something. What a nice guy. One of the nicest cats you'll ever meet, man. Really, really nice young man. All righty.
Mr. Alzagari, we have Andre Fernandez.
I love it. Andre Fernandez. So let me ask you, Andre, when they called you and they offered you the job, how fast did you go for the champagne bottle? How many dances did you do with your wife? What kind of a party were you holding that they got you off the Marlins beat and put you on the Heat beat?
Well, I mean, I know the first thing she told me is like, well, they handed you a Corvette, so take advantage. You know?
You left the Studebaker. Sure. You left the Studebaker at home. The old No, I'm not even going to call it a Volkswagen Bug, bro, because the Bugs were really reliable. I can't even call the Marlins a Bug, bro. I got to go with Studebaker. I got to go with a Yugo, right? A Yugo is really good for the Marlins, right?
Yeah. What can I say?
And let me ask you, Andre, did I read you right? Because I was talking about this before you came on. I get a feeling like a lot of us that get in this business, you know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm a football guy. I was a football guy since I was a kid, and obviously I gravitated to the Dolphins and Canes and stuff like that because that's my favorite sport. Not that I can't talk basketball, baseball, hockey, and soccer and MMA and all that crap. I follow it all, but football is my love. I always got the feeling that baseball is your true love. Is that the case?
I mean, I do enjoy covering baseball. I'm not going to lie, but, you know, for a long time, and it's not even like, that's what I told people when they asked me about this. And I said, look, to me, more than anything, I think it's the sport, you know, and I've been able to lay some roots there the last 5 years, even when I was at the Miami Herald, you know, and to really cover the sport well and that sort of thing. But, you know, an opportunity is an opportunity, man. And this is right now, you know, it's, no pun intended, it's a hot team right now, on top of the fact that, you know, we all know about the Heat's history, and it seems like they're getting back on the right track, you know, the last few months with the way that they've shaped this team now. And you know, hey, like I said before, it's like, let's roll with this and see where it goes, man. I'm excited for it.
And, you know, one of the things that I explain to people, because I know that there's some men and women in our business, Andre, that are like literally rooting for chaos, and that they want bad things to happen and all that, because obviously it's good for the business and it's a little easier to write. But most of us that cover teams and are waiting to walk into a locker room and all that, most of us really want to cover good situations and winning, because it's so much easier to deal with people. And I would imagine that doing the beat that you were on, it's really tough to try to, because you know there's so much negativity around it, you almost try to find some kind of positive light in it because it's so bad. Right. And it's so tough because it beats you down that every day you got to talk about this tough situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the thing, you know, coming in with the Marlins, is that, you know, even now that they seem to be finally be making, you know, some traction, some moves in the right direction, it's still because of what's happened in the past.
Right.
You know, it's just that, you know, that a lot of fans are just jaded by the, you know, the history of the team, you know, under previous ownership and the way things have gone. And then that's hard to really, from the business standpoint, generating interest in the team is the biggest challenge, you know. And, you know, even though there's been some growth in that, but still, it's kind of like what we talked about when you had me on the other day. You know, it's their fight to get into the conscious mind of the fans down here. You know, that really hasn't been the case for a while because of what's happened in the past. And you know, it's still a big uphill battle for them, and it reflects on, you know, us. I mean, as much as I try to find like stories that, you know, highlighted some of these players that are coming up now, some of the names, hopefully the guys that become names in the future, it was a big challenge, you know, and you know, to varying degrees of success. A lot of times it was a little frustrating, like you said, just in that aspect. But again, that's where I think this transition, even though the Heat is a young team, but it's the Heat. Like a lot of people, they don't have to fight that uphill battle. Obviously, they're very much in everyone's mind. There's interest there, and I think that's a big part of it too.
Yep, Andre Fernandez joining us here on the program. You can follow him on Twitter at Fernandez Andre C. I love how you didn't waste any time, too, on your Twitter, put in sports writer for The Athletic MIA covering the Miami Heat. Boy, how long did it take you to put that thing up? Like 4 seconds after they gave you the job?
Yeah, well, the thing was that you know how it is with how it is with companies. They want to make sure everything's in order and all that. So I had to kind of lie low and keep it a secret for a little bit. But once today it was like let's put this out there, and immediately it's like change everything, change the labels, change everything. Put the new stickers up, everything, that kind of thing, and it's out there now. So
how excited are you to be able to cover the? See, that's the thing that people don't get, that they think that you want to be around the negative, and it's not true. And I would imagine you feel like a kid in a candy store now, because you're going to cover a team that cares, a team that tries, a hell of a coaching staff, and players that are passionately going to give it everything that they got every single night. You got the perfect combination to cover as a writer now.
Well, the one thing I can say about the Heat, and I know this from covering in the past spots, and then I covered it for a couple of years with Manny, and when I was still at the Herald and all that, was just it's a well-run organization, whether they're having success on the court or not. Yep. You can just tell, but the minute you walk in there, just the way things are organized, the way things are, just the professional atmosphere that they have. You look at it just also in the people too, like even from security staff at the AAA to staff of the team that have been there for basically forever. Like you look at everybody's resume and they've been there, 10, 12, 15 more years, and that's stability. That says something about a franchise when you have that continuity and that stability there. And, going into that, not just going back to the Heat, but right now to talk about the specific point that they're at right now, it is exciting because, for once in a long time, there's parity in the NBA right now, which is fun too. You're not like automatically thinking, okay, we can only get this far, and then, oh crap, we got to play the Warriors. Like now, there are some good teams. There's an upper level they're trying to crack through right now, but it looks a little more conceivable that if this continues to go in the way it's going, maybe they add a piece here, a piece there, they can get to that point eventually down the road and really get to something special again.
Andre, what I want to know is it true, because I hear that you are prepared to break the ice tonight when you walk into the locker room, that you're going to hand Dion Waiters a cup of popcorn to just kind of break the ice. Is there any truth to that?
Told you that.
No?
Who told you that, but leave me out of that. Leave me out of that.
No? Well, come on, bro. That would be a great way to break the ice. Hey, Dion, I'm Andre Fernandez. I'm the new beat writer of The Athletic. I wanna give you a gift because I look forward to covering you, and I want to put you in a good mood. I know you love popcorn.
Orville Redenbacher.
Yeah, dude, look at that. You bring him some Orville. I mean, he's going to love you, bro. I mean, come on. A little butter.
Stop in at a CVS real quick on the way to the arena, grab stuff, take it to him.
Yeah, man. Maybe. Yeah. And maybe you're really thoughtful, and you even cook it for him, and you bring it already, ready to go, nice and warm, the steam coming out of it and all. Now, I don't know about the butter. Maybe you hold off on the butter because then it gets on his fingers and he can't shoot the ball if they call on him. You know what I mean? So
right, exactly.
Hold off on the butter, Andre.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Well, that's the whole thing. Let's see if they actually do call on him because we're still waiting for that pretty much at this point, right?
Well, I was talking about this, the struggles of Kendrick Nunn. Now you've got the injury to Goran Dragic. You got the injury now to Winslow, and still they don't go with him. He's still sitting there eating popcorn. So I'm wondering if Kendrick Nunn continues to struggle, and as much as Spoelstra probably never wants to even look at Dion Waiters after Dion talked all that crap of him in the offseason that anybody could win with the big three. I wonder if Spo says, well, I need him, I got to play him, and does he eventually elevate Goran back to starter and have Dion kind of battle with Nunn for the playing time, and if Nunn continues to stink out the place, then does Dion skip over Nunn and Dion become the bench guy coming off the bench, and Goran goes back to starting? I don't know.
Right.
How does it all work out now down the line?
Yeah, it's interesting to see, especially right now that, Boron could be out for, they haven't said how long, obviously, but, kind of this day-to-day thing. Let's see how long it drags out. And also, your schedule, I mean, you got the Lakers coming in a week, but in the meantime, these next 3 games are seemingly against winnable teams, and that's something they've been able to do. So maybe it's a good time to kind of maybe experiment with the rotations a little bit, maybe get him in there, see how those combinations work, and then maybe go from there. Because, at some point, they're going to have to figure out all these combinations because, obviously injuries continue to happen in the NBA, the long season, all of that. So, this would be a nice little window, I think, in the next week to try out a few things.
Yeah, and here's the negative for you, Andre. If the team goes in the crapper, it's going to be all on you, dude. We're all going to blame you now.
One of the first things they said over there when I got there was like, "Don't screw it up for us." So I've already been warned, trust me. But the day I went 2 weeks ago. It was like the one day I hadn't been officially named yet, but I went 2 weeks ago, and they beat the Cavs. It was the day Duncan Robinson dropped all those threes.
Right.
So I was like, good. I'm in the clear. Good.
Okay.
See? I'm not a jinx.
Yeah, because they're going to say, hey, yo, don't bring that Marlins juju here, bro. Come on, man. Don't do this to us. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of pressure on you right now. I don't know, bro. I think the popcorn's a good idea. A good idea.
We'll see if the movie theater or Walgreens are on the way when I go down there tonight.
Yeah. I mean, why not, man? I'm looking now. Now, you know what has been really cool to see is Bam, because I was wondering which guy was going to step up, Bam or Winslow, because I figured, all right, we know Butler's going to be Butler, but which guy of the two? And I know Winslow again has some injury issues and all that stuff. But you got to be really impressed with the way Bam has developed in this Heat culture.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think on the offensive end, you're starting to see a guy who is about to take the next step. He's a force, a potential threat to get you a double-double every night. I mean, little by little, he's going to get to that point, where it's going to just become better and better and more of an offensive option. But I want to see how much he continues to develop on the defensive end, too, because you're going to run into those big guys that he's going to have to slow down. And he's done a decent job in spots so far, against the Embiid. I think earlier in the season against Karl Anthony Towns, he did a pretty good job. So that's the part really that's going to be a huge key if the team wants to take it a step further. I mean, they're looking like a playoff team right now, maybe a middle to high seed in the East, but they could really elevate themselves to really contend with the top, with the best of the best if that evolution of Bam on the defensive side keeps growing.
Yesterday, 2 days ago, they lost to the Celtics, and it was their third game in 4 nights. And a lot of people, which makes a lot of sense, and it happens in the NBA a lot, Andre, and you've covered it, that sometimes you have a scheduling loss because you've played so many games in one night. Now, my problem with that reasoning was Jimmy Butler went out and lit it up, and he's the guy that's got the Tom Thibodeau burned out legs, supposedly. So I thought the other night against the Celtics, well, I didn't call it so much a scheduling loss. What I wanted to call it was a lesson from Jimmy Butler to all the young guys that you got to bring it night in and night out, because if the dude that was the oldest guy on the court with the most mileage can go out there and play the way he played, young guys, you need to find the energy and the effectiveness to do the same thing on a, third game in 4 nights. I would love the scheduling excuse for some people, but once Butler did what he did, I was like, okay, I'm going to go with Butler teaching lesson to his team. Like, this is how you do it, boys.
Well, that's the whole thing right there. Is the next time you can't use the scheduling excuse because he's not gonna let them. He's gonna get on them now and spread that message throughout the locker room. And just by example, those are the kind of things that he's brought to this team. It's been you have all these guys, they're all hungry, all good young shooters, you name it. But the glue that's kind of made this all work is Butler, not just because of the talent, but because of things like that, where he has gelled so well with this young core so far. And that's going to be the process, I think, that's going to be interesting to see, beyond these 21 games, once we hit, the 45-game mark, the 60-game mark, and we're starting to get down the stretch, how much of value that's going to bring.
Yeah, man. I just have you been? Is there any part of you that has been surprised with all of this, Andre? Because personally, for me, I knew he was going to be a player, but I didn't know what kind of attitude was he going to take. Was he going to take like the attitude of, hey, I got to get my points and my stats and then work everything out? He has been as selfless as LeBron when he was here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I always call LeBron the most selfless player on the court, but selfish off the court. Well, this guy has come in and done a lot of LeBron on the court.
Yeah, I can't say obviously not knowing or covering him that closely, but obviously just from what you read and that sort of thing, it's definitely a pleasant outcome what they've seen so far. To see that attitude, to see that willingness to really, and you see the rapport too, like in the little bits that I've already seen in the locker room, you see that rapport he has with the young guys. He really took the Tyler Hero right off the bat, and they became close, and they started to really work together in the preseason. And, just those examples right there, like we were saying before, that leadership kind of mantle that he's taken. I mean, he's, it's only been, 21 games, the preseason, whatever, but you could start to see how he's really embracing not just the leadership role, but, like that new face of the franchise type of role. That's really what they've brought him in to do. And then, again, that continues to gel. If he continues that as the season goes on, it's going to be that much more valuable when this team really gets into the thick of it, when it come March and when they're starting to get into that point where they're really going to need to win, night in and night out.
Spo's back, right? He's not slacking off and taking off 6 weeks like some of these people do that have kids, right? I mean, that is about as fluffy as it gets out there. Men that are taking 6 weeks off when the woman does all the damn work. Get the hell out of here.
Well, I haven't officially heard yet. I don't know if maybe I missed it on Twitter in the last hour or two, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he's back. I mean, how much crazy work Spo puts in, so I wouldn't doubt it if he was there tonight.
Yeah, no, I expect Spo to be back, not to do the stuff that these millennials and Generation Zs do, taking off 6 weeks after they have it. I took 2 days off, bro. 2 days,
yeah,
okay?
Spo, if it were up to Spo, I don't think it even takes 6 hours. I think maybe it's like the compromise and then, a day or two, and now he's back.
Right, he was there for the selfie, and then he left. And that's it, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
It's a beautiful thing. All right. Follow him on Twitter, Fernandez Andre C, and catch his work at The Athletic, baby, because he is covering the Heat. What do you got, Bill? You got something for Andre?
Andre, here, buddy.
Let's get out of here. Look, Emerald City is closer and prettier than ever. Out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night. Step into the sun, step into the light.
Gotta feel like that, right?
I'll be driving the Corvette up the Yellow Brick Road, man.
There you go. There you go. Good stuff.
Congrats, man.
Congrats, my brother.
Right, thanks,
enjoy the
guys.
game tonight, man, and enjoy covering a real team, man. You got it.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. Andre Fernandez from The Athletic, man. Happy for him. And listen, I don't want to make it sound like this whole Marlin bashing. And I want the Marlins to win, man. I want them to do well. They're my baseball team. But I got to call things like I see it. And this is what they've done to all of us. It's not a fun situation. It's not a fun thing to cover for any reporter. It's not fun for any talk show host to talk about it. It's not fun for any fan to attend, to watch, to pay for, to support, to deal with. Nothing. None of it is enjoyable at any level whatsoever. And that's not what we want. And especially as taxpayers, because I am one, and I get it that they got the money from some other part of the public trough, but guess what? It's our public trough that they got it from. Okay? Don't care that it's bed tax. Don't care what it is. You used money that we could use for other things in this town, which Lord knows we got to improve a lot of things in this town. But if you're going to build a stadium, then the people that are the tenants need to do their part. The Miami Heat, I don't know if you know how it went, but Mickey Arison paid for the arena to be built. But
it's a rental, right?
But the city gave him back the money. okay? So he really didn't end up paying for the arena. The city and the county ended up paying for the arena when it's all said and done. We did. But Mickey, on his part, put in money into the team, created a great team, created this a basketball town, and created more jobs, right? Because when you have success like he has, you fill the arena up, which then fills it up with employees, which helps us. He opens up Heat stores in the airport, Dolphin Mall. I don't think the Bayside one is open anymore. But, again, you created more jobs for people by having sellouts and by bringing the big three and Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway. You create more jobs for people, from the person selling arepas out on the street, okay? Because you can't have a lot of vendors at the Marlins game because there's nobody walking into the Marlins game. But you can have a boatload of vendors all over the Miami Heat arena, right? Because they can make a living. The guy that sells the water, the woman that sells the arepa, the dude that washes your car and cleans your windshield, whatever. Everybody's making a money. Everybody making a money. Bars all over South Florida on Heat nights, playoff nights, Big Three, Heat Wade, Shaq. Bars were full all over South Florida thanks to Mickey Arison, because he put money into his team, which then created a buzz, which sold out the arena, and everybody that can't go or afford to go to the arena goes to a bar with their friends, spends money. All these bars make money thanks to Mickey Arison. But, of course, it's a public-private partnership. Now, are we filling – help me out. Are we filling bars with Marlins games?
No, and you know what? There was all this talk of all these places and a couple friends were going to get together.
First.
There's nobody that goes down there, though, like you said.
If you had a great team, we would go down there and we'd fill the bars up. Yes. You can create bars.
Yep.
That poor guy that has the bar in the corner, changed it from the Orange Bowl bar to Marlins, that guy just created a ghost town. The guy went from a football bar to a baseball bar. That's like death. You know, it just... These are the things.
Maybe he could get lucky and change it to a soccer bar.
That's why it runs deeper than what you think. Because, like, when I mention the sports bars, a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, you know, I never thought of that. Because by Mickey Arison putting a great product together, he's helping out South Florida all over the place. He's helping put money in everybody's pockets. All the reporters, all the people that cover it. Don't you think there's more interest in the team? More people are going to read articles, go on blogs, go on podcasts, whatever. Create more traffic, which then creates more revenue for all the media members that cover better teams. You know what I mean? So these are things I know as a beat reporter, because I've been that. When you're covering a really good team, I used to get the calls from UPI, from AP, from ABC, go string for them. Updates, sound, all of that. When your team sucks, AP, UPI, USA, whatever, nobody's calling you. Nobody cares about your team. Nobody, any of the beat writer that is covering the Marlins and the beat writer that covers the Heat, the guy that covers the Heat makes more money in 1 month away from his job on the side stringing than the guy that does the Marlins in the next 3 years.
How about this, it's bad for your health. The doom and gloom, the misery, the stress.
That's actually
it's bad for your health, man.
That's a great point. It's a great point.
I have to call a timeout.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. All right, we are going to turn the page like we do every Friday at this time. We talk to a different Dolphin president around the world. This week, the Miami Dolphins are taking on the stinking New York Jets. That's right, gangrene. That's how disgusting they are. They call them gangrene because it's a disease that eats you away. And that's what's happened to them. They've been eaten away that they never win anything. And they've got Adam Gase. That alone is a cancer in itself. Anyway, Igor Smith is the head, the president of Dolphins NYC. The MetLife takeover. Those of you that are Dolphins and you follow social media, you know what the MetLife takeover is all about. It's like 1,000, 1,500 Dolphin fans that get together every year for the Jets game in New York to take over MetLife Stadium, and we are going to talk to the man that puts it all together every single year. Hopefully we'll see Igor out in Las Vegas, too, for the NFL draft.
Hopefully next year we will be there.
Oh, no, there's no hope.
We are.
No, we'll be there. For sure.
Awesome.
For sure. We're going to be at the MetLife Takeover next year, guaranteed. We will do these kind of things. We got to cover
doing our podcast with 1,000 at a tailgate. You know what that's going to be like,
That's going to be a blast. That's going to be a blast. We're going to do it. We're going to get the right sponsors that are going to support us, and we're going to make great radio for the Dolphin Nation around the world. That's what we're going to do. All right, let's take a break. Igor Smith, baby. He is next right here on the Big O Radio Show.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. Hora número 4 here on the program, coming to you live from beautiful Hialeah Park. Yes, we got a great party going on today with the great Larry Little, baby. Yes, sir. And speaking of Dolphins, A big Doll fan is Igor Smith from Doll Fans NYC, big friends of ours on social media. And, of course, this weekend they take on the stinking New York Jets in New York, and it'll be the MetLife takeover. And Igor, as always, every year plans this baby out, and it is one impressive event. Igor's kind enough now to join us here in our weekly Doll Fan segment. Igor, good afternoon, my brother. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How's it going?
I am loving life, man. So talk to me a little bit about the MetLife takeover. What's the number expected this year of fans showing up?
So before we have less than normal. Let's put it that way. But we have a lot of people going. We have around 500, and then I've heard from a lot of people who've bought, other seats. Usually we do about between 900 and 1,000, so this season has not been great for us, but it's still going to be a pretty crazy weekend.
Okay, that's all right. Well, those that don't go, they're going to miss the win, bro, because they're going to beat stinking Gase once again this week and frustrate him to all levels, which will be a beautiful thing when they do end up doing that. So, first of all, Igor, you and I have gone back and forth a lot on Twitter over the years. Talk to us a little bit about Dolphins NYC, how it all started there in the heart of Jets country.
Yeah, this is actually our 10th year anniversary. In 2008, when the Dolphins made the playoffs for the first time, our group of about 5 of us grew to about 35, and we had this, pretty significant crowd. At least we thought at the time for the, that playoff game against the Ravens in 2008. And so the next year, my friend Michelle and I, we started talking about, maybe we should make this an official thing. So her and I took out some Facebook ads. We set up a website and a Twitter, and did all the social media stuff. And by week 1 of the next year, we had over 100 people lined up to get into our bar. Since then, it's just grown and grown and grown. That year, we also did our first group trip to the Jets game, where there was 35 of us in 2009, and it is, been just a crazy explosion since then.
So tell the folks how many people you've had over the last couple of years, because you've had some enormous numbers, dude.
Yeah, the most we've ever done is 1,250. I think that was about 3 or 4 years. We did between 9 and 1,000 the last. I think 3 years we've done right around 1,000.
Wow, that's. Were you shocked yourself when you got that kind of number? Because that's impressive.
Yeah,
dude.
I mean, we jumped from 70 to 200, and when we had 200, we couldn't believe it. I mean, we just couldn't believe it. So the next year, we called the Jets and said, "Hey, we bought 200 of your tickets on StubHub. Can we buy them directly from you?" And they were like, "Yeah, of course. Here's 900," or I think it was 700 was the next year. And we sold out of those, and then now every year they reserve a huge section for us. And this is the first year we haven't sold out of that section, but we still have, like I said, between 500 and 600 people. And I know a ton more people will show up to the tailgate as well.
Igor, let me ask you, how many of those people, the percentage, are actually from that area? And how many is the percentage that people are actually traveling out of town to be a part of it?
Well, for a big game day at our bar, we'll do about 400 people. And so we have a huge crowd in the city, and then there's obviously people in Jersey and Connecticut that are close by, but not close enough to make it out to Slattery's, our bar. So I think a pretty good chunk of it is from the area, but I know hundreds of people come from all over the place. I mean, we've had people from nearly every country in Europe and Mexico, and obviously Canada, and it's so amazing that this is like a bucket list event for Dolphins everywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, I want it next year, Bill and I, now that I have this flexibility doing it like this instead of with a station, and now that we run it, we're going to be there tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, next year. we will be at that MetLife Takeover, man. We're going to broadcast from that MetLife Takeover, man.
We have Joe Rose is doing his show live from our parking lot, and I'm sure we can work that out as well for you guys.
Yeah, no, definitely, dude. We're going to be able to do it and be able to broadcast from there. And I want to experience it too and have some fun with you guys. Hang out in that section and enjoy the game. And it's and next year hopefully the team will be a little better, obviously, with the influx of college talent that they're going to have, because they're going to have a huge draft class. We're hoping that the Dolphins take a nice big step next season. So let me ask you, I started off the season with that roster thinking not one win. Where did you start off, and where are you now? How shocked are you, if you're shocked? Maybe you thought this was going to happen. How'd you look at the team?
My biggest concern when we signed Fitzpatrick is that we were going to win 4 or 5 games and just, get, the 8th pick in the draft. And it sounds like that's exactly what's happening. Yeah. So I was pretty spot on, but of course that was before we traded Laramie Tunsil and, really decimated our roster. So I don't know that it's surprising to me that we won some games, because there are some very bad teams in the NFL this year. And, we've been competitive in a lot of games that we've ended up losing big. So, it's not surprising to me that we put together a few games. I have a feeling we'll probably win a couple more.
I got to tell you, Igor, I was surprised that there are teams worse than Miami, because really, talent-wise, Miami is the worst out of all of them. I just think Flores has done an ass-kicking job of being able to be competitive and even win games.
Yeah, it is very impressive, especially the defense just decimated with injuries. You take a secondary that had pretty much one starter in it, and then Rashad Jones was obviously, he's a great player, but he's hurt and getting older, and then you lose both those guys, and then you trade Minkah, and you have injury after injury, and the fact that they are even able to defend anyone is honestly a miracle.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. It is just absolutely impressive that they're able to actually do it. Let me ask you something. Igor Smith joining us. So when did you get the bug, dude? What year was it that you became a Dolph fan? You remember?
My first memory is when I was in the 2nd grade. I had to do a book report, and I did it on Dan Marino. There was like some little Dan Marino book it was like him and Joe Montana. It was like a little kid's book, and I did a book report on him, and I honestly have no idea when I became a Dolphins fan previous to that, but I grew up in D.C. with a Cowboy fan father, so I had to pick someone, and I picked the Dolphins pretty early.
Oh, okay. All right, I like that. Who's your favorite player of all time?
I'm going to take Marino off the table just because, that's not fair.
Well, that's my guy, bro. That's my guy, man. That will always be my guy.
Maybe Scott. I mean, it's just hard. I want to say Jason Taylor, but I'm going to pick someone who's not an all-time. I'd probably say Rashad Jones, honestly.
Wow.
When he was a rookie, I just loved him, and he didn't play that much, and he just made a couple hits. And I started telling people he was my favorite player on the team. And as he became a superstar, it was just such a great feeling for me to see this guy who I saw as a rookie, saw something in, and see him become great. And I bought his jersey game used because I couldn't get one anywhere. There's no other way to get a Rashad Jones jersey without doing it, spending the money to do a custom. And so I ended up spending like $150 and getting his game used, rookie year jersey, thinking that I could wear it because I was like, oh, I'm about 200 pounds. He's about 200 pounds. I'm sure, I'll be able to fit in this. It is a child's small. It is so tiny how tight they get into this thing. But, I do have it somewhere.
That is fantastic. Some guy is Israel Castillo says, I'm on my way right now to New York. How about that? So somebody somebody on the YouTube channel watching is headed to New York now to join you guys out there for the MetLife Takeover. We're going to join you over there next year for sure, Igor. Are you going to Vegas? Are you going to join us out there for the draft?
Yeah, man. I've been talking to Mark about it, Mark Angelo, and I told them, as soon as I get through these two, the Jets and the Giants game, I'm on board to help you guys throw, one hell of a party in Vegas. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're going to have a blast, man. We're going to have a bar to ourselves in Tommy Rocker. We'll have, it'll fit about, close to 300 Dolph fans. So we're going to have one hell of a weekend. We'll have a great broadcast every day. We'll do it Dolphin style, which is what's most important for all of us, to kind of look at it through Dolphin glasses, of course, which is everything for us. But it's going to be a lot of fun, man. Hell, we're going to be out there for a whole week. So we're looking forward to it. We're getting there on Monday the 20th and leaving on the 27th. So we're going to really take it to the extreme that week and have a little fun. That's Dolphins are gonna own Vegas that weekend.
Well, we used to always do a trip when it was in New York. If you watch Draft Day, you can see if that movie Draft Day. There's a huge group of us. We started going the Jake Long year and went every year until it moved. But,
I was there.
We always had a big group there.
Where, Radio City?
Yeah, Radio City.
Yeah, I was there for the Jake Long draft. I actually did the broadcast from Radio City because I was at obviously QAM and I was doing it, and and I did once they picked Long, he came on and did the interview with us right away, so it was cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we were way up in the rafters that year. Because it's really hard for them to seat that many people. We'd show up with a group of 60 people, and they'd be like, I guess we'll put you up top.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's where most of the fans were, right? Because I think downstairs is where they put most of the media, right? I think that's what they do, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I mean, they had a VIP section downstairs, and then the second level was all the fans, and then the top level was where we were. But if you watch the Tannehill draft, we're in the video for that one, and for the Jarvis Landry, there's a good shot of me screaming my head off when he was selected. So,
are you falling for? Are you
definitely
falling?
Made an appearance there.
Are you falling for the banana in the tailpipe in Tennessee?
You mean
Tannehill? Yes.
I've always had a affinity for Tannehill. I'm not going to make any predictions, but I certainly wish him luck.
Okay.
And I hope he does well.
He is a great guy. He is easy to root for. I will say that he's such a nice guy overall. But yeah, no, I've never fallen for that banana in the tailpipe, and I'm still not going to fall for it. I just think the other wheel will always fall off at one point or another, and eventually I think Tennessee fans will experience that again. Follow Igor and his group at Dolphins NYC. That's on Twitter. How about the website, Igor? Do we tell them about website, Facebook? Give them the information.
Yeah, we have the best place to go if you're interested in the MetLife Takeover. We're sold out of tickets and everything, but we aren't sold out of tailgate tickets. So if you want to join our tailgate, you can just come hang out. It's in Bus Lot L. But if you want to come, all you can drink and all you can eat, we have tickets on MetLifeTakeover.com. And we also have round-trip bus tickets from our bar to the Giants game the next week. But we are not selling Giants tickets because they were very hard to get in a big group.
Yeah, I could imagine. Hey, Igor, before I let you go, when you guys are in a big group over there tailgating, do you have to deal with, like, the drunk Jet fan that just gets out of line? Does that happen every once in a while?
Almost never. I mean, honestly, the reason we started doing the group is because, we went with a very small group to that, the Pennington Favre, game that put us into the playoffs in 2008. And I almost got in a fight in the stands for just some real jerks behind us were cheering for a Dolphins injury. And, I said something to them, and not even them, but some other Jet fans tried to fight me. And I said, we got to go in a group. And ever since then, we've had almost no problems. I mean, the Jets are used to us by now. The guys who tailgate near us, they all come over and say hi. They sort of appreciate, begrudgingly respect what we've done. And yeah, we don't really have a lot of problems. And I will tell you, you're saying you wanted to come sit in our section. I've sat front row at Dolphins games. I've been to Miami 100 times, and there's nothing like sitting up top with us in those. I mean, they're terrible seats. We're in the corner. We're as high as you can get, and it is more fun than you will ever have because
really,
every one of those fans is a diehard. It's not like when you're in Miami and you're surrounded with a bunch of fans who half of them are there because they got free tickets or it's their
Right.
law firm or they're going to be cool. These are the craziest Dolphins fans, and they are so ready to just ruin the day of every Jets fan near us. And
that I'm looking forward to being a part of. That I'm looking forward to being a part of.
We got those boom sticks, the thunder sticks that they give out at games sometimes.
Of course.
We made 1,000 MetLife Takeover sets, so I guess it's 2,000 of the sticks that we're going to be giving away at our tailgate. So you'll probably hear that on TV if nothing else.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to send you a text now with my address. I want you to send me some of those thunder sticks so I can have them in the studio and stuff, all right? We're going to show them off and have some fun. So send me some thunder sticks, all right?
I can definitely do that. Yeah.
All right. It's a beautiful thing. Igor, thank you for joining us, my brother. I look forward to seeing you in Vegas next year or in a couple months here. And then, of course, next year for the MetLife Takeover, we are going to do our best to be there and broadcast live and have some fun. I cannot wait. And hopefully there'll be some good concerts that weekend while I'm there in New York because I could always use a good concert, too.
Oh, we also do a party the night before. I meant to plug that as well. So if anyone's in town, we'll be at our bar Slattery's Midtown Pub from 6 to 8. And you're welcome to join that next year, too.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're doing it at Slattery's because that's like the famous Dolphin bar in New York. So good. I get to, two birds in one stone right there, the party and then the MetLife Takeover. You can't get better than that. I look forward to doing it. I look forward to seeing the pictures and the videos this weekend of the MetLife Takeover. Igor, thank you, my brother. Fins
Thanks
up.
a lot, man. Appreciate it.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. Igor Smith, man. Dolphins NYC and the MetLife Takeover.
We will be there next year.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And there has to be a killer concert at MSG.
Has to be.
Because the pictures that I saw that you guys, man, that place just
Now, I don't know about MSG, but at least there'll be something. Has to be something.
Let me be greedy, man.
No, I get it. I hope you're right, dude. I mean, I don't mind going. MSG has the closest second floor to the stage and to the floor.
You know what?
The second floor of MSG is lower than an average second level in any arena that I've been to. I haven't been to all arenas, so I can't tell you that all arenas are like that. But at least from the arenas that I've been in this country, and it's probably about 10 or 15 of them, the MSG has the lowest or the closest second floor to the stage or the court or whatever you're doing that day, at night.
I'm going to be greedy, okay?
Yes.
Right now. Let us play the Jets in October. Let me go to a Yankees playoff or World Series game, go to the Jets-Dolphins game, and then go to MSG to see
I got you.
David Gilmour.
Okay.
Something along those lines. Or The Cure. How about The Cure? You too.
It's possible if your boys acquire a pitcher, then maybe you'll be there.
It sounds like that the coffers are open for Cole. Supposedly that they have signed off on whatever you got to do to get them, pay them.
Well, they better. They better.
You know what? If we get that kid with Severino, if Herman comes back, with his problem, off-field crap, Tanaka and Paxton, that's a nasty 5.
Yeah. No doubt about that, for sure. I can't wait for it. All right, we got to thank, let's see, first of all, We got to thank the Brunetti family for making it nice and easy for us. Frank Fiore, Steve Calabro hanging out with us. And, of course, Bill, great work by you. Dominating John Cassio, excellent work by him. Andy Baskins did not join us, so I can't thank him, but I can thank Andy Behrens. I can thank Will Carroll, Andre Fernandez, Igor Smith, of course, from Dolphins NYC. Most of all, I want to thank all of you out there for watching, for listening, for podcasting and downloading. The numbers continue to grow every single day, and we thank you for that. We will catch you tomorrow. Tomorrow we will definitely put up something after the Heat game and previewing a little Panthers and previewing a little Dolphins and anything else that breaks locally. Sunday we'll have a Dolphins post-game show for you. So hopefully we'll be talking about the Dolphins beatdown of the Jets at MetLife Stadium.
I can tell you exactly where we're at.
What's that?
Time-wise, because the recorder on the board just stopped, and that chip is 4 hours and 23 minutes. So we just went to 4 hours and 24 minutes.
There you go, 4 hours and 24 minutes. I think that's enough programming and enough talking for me.
This is our Friday home, actually.
At least
we're
four,
home. This is our Friday home, man.
Yes,
it's great.
Definitely. We're going to have a nice night tonight here at Hialeah Park. We will see you guys on Monday. I mean, you'll hear us on Saturday and Sunday, but we'll see you on Monday, same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
Thank you, guys.